that they've been able to stay near the top of the leaderboards ever since that big performance at Champs, and in a way that not many teams can do. I got the chance to speak to Zara, I think it was just before Split 2 kicked off, and he talked about the way that their IGLing style works, and it's not traditional at all. This is a very democratic squad, and for a team that is making very fast decisions on edge in a high performance level lobbies, that's difficult to pull off, and Fury are somehow just able to do it. Like they whip him out of ranked and they go, you know what, we're just playing a style that nobody else is.
I feel like Hal gave up on a democracy a long time ago. I think he's been trying to be king, and it has worked so far for Reps and Verholz. Let's see if that continues. We'll be right back. We're getting set. We're going into the game in just a moment.
B ライトボーク大丈夫なあ、これ大丈夫かな。今回やばそうじゃない。さっきみたいに上手くなってくんねえな。よし。いや、中止はないと思うけど、ちょっと怖いな、初日から。家作広告魔トラッシュカンパニーゴミ会社ゲームブロークドリームファイア55家サバそばウショフィーもう読めないネクスイヤー1試合目は来年ですって言われてるよ。1試合目始まるの来年ですって言われてたわ、今。マジで来年じゃないのこれ、始まるの。This is a joke, ラペックス。どういう意味なんだろう、ラペックスって。いいえ、ブロック。No way, bro. クソクソゲー。EA サーバーわら。あ、そっか、EA サーバーだ、今回。今回アメリカサーバーだね、EA サーバーだわ。今、ロンドンでやってるから。EA サック。EA サック your mother's... マザーファッカーって言ってね、今。The tournament for TSM to win. Yes, you are waiting for an hour. 俺もいるよこれやばいなぁ。とうとう繋ぐこともできなくなったって。ユルースもいるじゃん、ユリースじゃなくて。俺も日本人。見て、俺のこれ、チャンネルポイント。バカ多いでしょ。どれだけ見てるかわかるでしょ、俺が。まあ確かにね、さすがに1時間はね。あ、遅延やっぱ、遅延全然ないわ、さっき。さっき20秒ぐらい遅延あったもん。なかなかでしょ、これ。ちゃんと見てんだよ、俺。遅いーって。家サック。トリプルゲーム。4秒ぐらいか。4秒じゃだいぶいいわ。パソコンあるんだったらね、ツイッチの方がいいよ、絶対。 スマホだったら YouTube の方がいいと思うけど、さっき言ったコマンドセンター機能ってかんだよ。いろんなチームのやつ見れたりみたいな。それがあるからマジでいい。パソコンだったら。スマホうまくいかないんだよね。コマンドセンター機能。一つの画面しか見れないから、なんか、やる意味ない。あんまり。あまりにもこのチーム好きですっていう人は見ればいいと思うけど、俺はあんま好きじゃないわ。これ DF ナンバーワンドリームファイヤーってチームなんだけどさ、マジで人気なんだよな。なんでそんな人気なの？よくわかんない。いやもういいや、こっちにしよう。EA ゴートって言われたら、ゴートは史上最強っていう意味。Where is game? What the fuck? EA the best. EA the best. モデレーターによって削除されました。荒れてんなぁ。We want games. 当たり前だよ。その通りすぎるよ。デーブがずっとコロコロしてる。なんか、それこそさ、ハイライト見せてほしくない？大会が始まるさ、一番最初の前回大会のハイライト。それ見たいわ、俺。こんなレブがずっとコロコロしてるの見るより。TSM、TSM、TSM。最高。お前ら最高。俺についてこい。さっきダメってる間にこのレブ作ったら、それはあり得るわ。マジであり得る。お前、ちょ待って、急いで作れって。うわ、もういい素材がないよ。おい、このレブがコロコロしてるやつ、これにしようぜ。ちなみに、レブナントは、ワンチャン採用されます。エレメント6っていうチーム、前回の大会で、レブオクライフラインっていうチーム使ってました。だから今回の大会でもワンチャンレブ出るよ。でも使うチームそこしかいないと思う。EA サーバーアップグレードプリーズって書いてあったよ。レッツゴー原神、レッツゴー原神、レッツゴー原神。いや、この音楽さ、大会終わった後の音楽なんだけど、マジで始まんないじゃん。ガチ？次のレベル変更で最強になってる。確かにそうかもしんない。ってことはこれがちょっと前だったらこれが視野だったんだ。そういうことになるな。裏向き15人でも毎日もやる。それな。5 years and they can make a walking server with の5年後になってようやくEA モメント。EA モメント。マジ始まんねえじゃん。このユリースって本物？違うよね。ちょっとやばいな、これ。ここまで行くとちょっとやばいぞ。さすがに。まあいいや。見られちゃいけないようなやつあるかなと思って、がっつり見られちゃいけないやつ出てたわ。クソ笑ったわ。スマホで調べよう。まあいいんだけどね、全然。正直 OK だけど。謎のリマッチ。無事に25分前にさ、一番最初の謎のリマッチ速報って出てきてさ、朗報、無事2分後再開予定です。 ってきたっけ、その次、秘宝、全然2分じゃない。からの今でしょ ?21 分前なのに。何回聴いたと思ってんねんこの音楽は。もう早く。どうしてこうなったなあ、どうしてこうなった。これいらないな。これさ、ソースの設定の仕方教えてくんね？ウィンドウキャプチャーの。ちょっと教えてほしい。誰かするも愛さんしかいないけど。愛さんしかいないけど。やり方わかる？この、なんだっけ、ウィンドウキャプチャーにするときの方法を教えてくれない？いける？いや、ウィンドウキャプチャーってかさ、なんかそれより、あれだな。一瞬暗転させたりすることできる？これ。ウィンドウキャプチャーだったらあれになっちゃうから、なんだっけ、カメキャプチャーのところの目のマークをしよう。どこだ。あー、これか。おい、come on boys! Yeah boy! Yeah boy! 多分見えないでしょ、これで。いやあ、うるさい。どう見えてない？消えてるなら、オッケー、よし、オッケー。じゃあその間に、いや、今これでオッケー。おい。よし。これスマホでコメントもね、この間は。トマト中止。オーバーウォッチだって。もうオーバーウォッチあるか。もう。いや、もうエペ。エレシスもうやめようぜ。ウィンストン世界大会。何調べようかな。ウィンストン使うもん、おとなしく。俺のあれが。これ視野角って俺なんで調べたんだっけな。絶対なんかで調べた。これは誰かにこの人面白いよって言われて調べたのと、まあこれはもう見ての通りで、これがなんか流出したってなったから、まあ、ちょっと見てみたいなって思って見て、まあバンバンバンババンバン中村ですでしょ。なんでこれ調べたんだっけな。誰かのを参考にするってことは絶対ありえないんだよ。なんかで騒動になっ、あれだ。なんか一時APEX の視野角がなんかバグってるみたいになったじゃん。110なんだけど105になってるみたいな、そういうバグあったらしいのよ。で、俺もなんか視野角に違和感あって、あれこれどうなんだろうなって調べたんだ。よう思い出したの俺。 そうだそうだ。よう思い出したわ。あれああ、自負だから無理なのか、拡大するの。フナティック頑張ってほしいな。
前回は9位という形になりましたが、今回こそ優勝したいと思います。今の遅い試合もありますが、見てください。よろしくお願いします。お願いします。
いや、でも頑張ってほしいな。優勝してチーム TSM だけど、やっぱ頑張ってほしいな、日本チーム。あ、ちゃんとこうやって教えてくれてんだね。さすがに AVSC を俺見ないで。3時ぐらいまではもしかしたら見るかもしれない。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know we have some action here over at Mildia. Break this down. It's not Dreamfire and KCP. Noctum has gotten in the
始まってんよ。
haven't made their way over to
おいおいおい、ちょっと待てや。
picked the most deadly spot on the map.
And now we've got Noctum. We've got Zane.
パイオニアに打ち切りしてる。全員
They look pretty healthy there as well, and we've also
このマジで全員って人、マジで見て。マジで注目してこの全員って人。本当に強いから、この人。結構俺今推してる選手ね。パイオニア、マジで覚えてほしいチーム、第1位パイオニアだから。今大会のダークホース筆頭です。ファイトするじゃん、これ。いや、全員の映してほしい。これ相手どこだ？相手わかんねえな、これ。ノクテム、サウスアメリカかな、この人たち。多分サウスアメリカのチームだな。シアバンガホライゾン。まあよく見る構成だろうね。ダストタワー追加されてからさ、バルキリーの採用率がマジで減ったんだよね。結構面白いね、やっぱり。バルキリーがなくなってその一枠を自由に使えるのはいいよね。当てれたい当てれたい当てれたい。あー、これはパイオニア勝ったな。はい、はい、パイオニア。いいね、今回はパイオニアのキルから始まったぞ。KCP ダウンスそっちくな。おいいいね。TSM のボールから移動してるね。いやマジですごいよ。前回の大会でアライアンスとオーロラっていうチームが毎回初動ファイトしたんだけど、勝った方下打ちしてたから。常に勝った方下打ち。ここのチーム注目ね。フューリアっていうチーム。フューリアっていうチームの注目。あとはここオプティックゲーミングもマジで強い。うわ、オプティックゲーミングとパイオニアめっちゃ強いじゃん。ここ近いよ、ここ。ワンチャン当たるかもね。ここフナティックだね。これ誰？あ、これもフナティックはここで。TSM はカスケード行ってて、アセンドと、ここちょっとわかんない。いや、もう固まってんね、マジでここらへん。フェイズだな、これは。フェイズとこれどっか当たってんじゃん。いってクラフト画面いらないから。クラフト画面いらないって。
I want to bring up exactly how much this has impacted the game because KCP's rotations during the regular season had them lead almost 2 minutes they would have been out of it. It's a very delayed game plan, a big change up from the regular season. FaZe have started to move over towards antenna, however, where we have Pulverex dropping.
Phony.
このね、フォニーヘッドって人がね、俺あんま分かんないんだよね、実力が。バンガ使いなんだけど、バンガがスナイプになってんだ。スナイプがバンガなんだ。いや、相性いいかもね。スナイプ突力さえあるから、安全に帰ってこれる可能性高くなりそう。バンガにしたから。
Now the difficult part about antenna
これ
zone
1かけ
like
今
this is the
55
zone
人じ
doesn't
ゃん
actually end antenna.
2
So
かけ
when we're
か
looking towards the end of the
2
game,
かけしてんの
things
か
have picked
どこが
themselves
かけてんだろうね
temporary position. They're going to have a little bit of safety with things like the catalyst to be able to hold this building effectively.
ああ、すごい見てないわ俺。急いで飯食ってた。今日飯5分で食ったもん。
Picture perfect or not.
Teams looking to play different styles of it as well.
晩飯マジで過去最速で食ったもん。何も味わってない。
That's why we don't have the map up on, but all these teams have crammed into the south side.
まあまあ構成はいつも通りやね。至って構成は普通。ザ・ TSM 構成。このホライゾンがさ、全然採用されてないじゃん、今回。それでホライゾンがどういう感じで刺さるかよね。注目したいのは。刺さるのか刺さらないのか。いや、刺さると思うんだけどね。カタリストウルトがさ、CR と弱体化してさ、カタリストウルトってマジで見なくなったじゃん。それがどうなるか。TSM そこか。次のアンチにはギリ入ってるのか。入ってんね。次のアンチ入ってるわ、全然。いや、でもなんか、あんま、どこで固まるんだろうな。ここは良くないと思う。移動した方がいい。米出たね。このアニメはもう、いや、聞けるんじゃない？でも俺、コマ線で見てるからな。本配信で見てるから何歳かわかんない。やってるじゃん！ LG 勝つぞ！ LG 勝った！ここのヤンヤって人マジで強い。MDY ホワイトってよくわかんない。これどっちだっけ？南アメリカか南アジア。え！ハローしてんじゃん！おーい！何やってんだよ！うわ、アセンドだよ。始まった。こいつらほんと強いわ。多分あれだろうな。アンチ入りたかったんだけど、思ったより誰もいなかった。思ったより空いてなかったんだろうね。だマジで、本配信見るときは、右上のキルログマジ見た方がいいよ。戦ってる映像よりもキルログ見た方が大変な時になってることもあるから。いやー、これは TSM 無理だな。これ無理だわ。第1試合目はあんま期待できないな。バルキリーじゃなくなったからもうこれ以上動けないしね。ただ、まあこんな感じで誰が倒した？ドラッカーって誰だ？わかんねえな。まあこんな感じでアンテナにあまりにも集まってるから多分詰めに行くことはなかなかできないと思う。ドンチームの詰めようにも詰めれない展開が多くなると思う。プリンシーってどこだっけ？韓国のチームかあれ。真ん中アセンド。真ん中アセンドが結構取ってるな。で、モイストか、ここ。モイストってどこだっけ？モイストもアジアだっけな。あー、キモ。いいね。いい気もさ、大会にはこれも必要だよ。すごいな、ワットソンにニューキャッスルか。ガチガチに固めてんだ。あれか、アセンドか。アセンドかあれ。どこだ？アセンドか。そっか、アセンド今回クリプト積んでないのかな。あ、ここも同じ構成だね。モイスト、今見たら。うわ、違う。これ、フナテックや。やばいよ、パイオニアだ。これやばいぞ。ただ戦闘は起きないか一旦。アンチードを優先したね、パイオニアは。おそらく。危なかったね、フナティック。ユカが落ちるとこだった。
They are, and they should
ユカの球数見てヘビアモの400持ってたぞ。プラウラー30-30
will
で。
recognize from lands previous, and
プラ数のネメシ見たことないな。あ、も
are
う見ない方がいいよ。もは
our
や。
best squad in the
もはや見ない
world.
方がいいまである。
So, as we move in, the fact that they were able to repel that push is good. KCP, I think, probably
絶望
feeling
す
a
るよ。
little bit of the land sweats. They had a late rotation, didn't want to push that even after they destroyed the shields of Fnatic, and it's nerves for sure.
Well, they've got you know 5
オプティックゲーミング。ここも強いよ。
Well, we'll see if that continues for KCP.
ノックとドロップとスキットルケイク。ここも上位に来ると思うんだけど、いや、安定してない。なんかね、すごい時すごいんだけどね、気づいたらなんか落ちてたりするんだよね、この人たち。やっぱ強いなーと思ってたら、あれ 10 位今みたいな。めっちゃ低い順位取ることがないんだけどね。いや今回さ、アンチも影響するからさ、マジ進まないね。
Yeah, we have a surprising amount of squads that are rotating in from the south, and Optic get to play either side of this equation. They have the option to move in through antenna and try and
ここまで部隊減らないのなかなか珍しいよ。もう2部隊ぐらい減ってる時が方が多いと思う。まだ第2就職とはいえ、まだ多いわ。
And this time we're pulling further to the south, up on the hilltop, right by the respawn beacon just north of Gale Station. It's picture perfect. It's where LG Chivas set up, and it's where they're going to stay.
おい、エルスターだ。ノックのパッドだからな。化けるぞ、こいつエルスター持ったら。マジでうまい、ノックド。ノックドもね、キャラコン気持ち悪いんだよね。これ、TSM 意外と生きるな、これ。なんだかんだでアンチの中にいるから、これ TSM 生きるな。ある程度順位稼げるぞ。何位まで稼げるか分かんないけどね。あ、LG の1位ね、ここ。ヤンヤ入れる場所。ここすごくいいわ。確実に順位伸ばせる。リドルじゃん、真ん中。左のさ、ドリームファイアさ、めっちゃアンチ外で来るとしたりするんだよね。俺あんま好きじゃないんだよね、正直。左にいるアンチ外にいるやつら。ドリームファイアっていう中国のチームなんだけど、あんま好きじゃないんだよな。死ぬくね、ロイ。ロイダウンするくね。ロイダウンするくね。ロイダウンしたやん。ダウンしたやん、ロイ。おやっぱりほら、やっぱりダウンしてたこれ、ロイっていう人。ミドルオーダー。いや、頑張ってほしいな、リドル。なんだかんだで日本勢で応援してるのリドルかも、一番は。大会の2分のまあまあ、やるぞ。ファイオニアだ。これはパイオニア勝つよ。これはパイオニア勝つ。いやもう見なくていい。目つぶってても分かる結果が。はい、グナスキーダウンして。はい、グナスキー。はい。怖いぞこいつら。超簡単に倒したやん。被弾ゼロやん、マジで。これ怖いな、パイオニア。グナスキーがちょっと暴れてるな。あ、やばい、フーリア死んでる。いや、勝ってんな。フェイズとフューリアが戦闘してて、フェイズが負けてんな、これ。いや、わかんないぞ。残ってんのかスナイプだ。いや、これはスナイプ頑張れ。ヒズワードの勝ちだ。さすがにエイムアシストないパッドは無理だって。これ、振られるな。フナティックや。 まあまあまあ、これはね、これはしゃあない、フューリアは。で、ここも、うわー、コンプレクシティ死んだ。違う、倒したもコンプレクシティがパイオニアーズ。アンチで勝ったから、さすがに。このチームも好きなんだな、もうすぐ。やばい、レップスダウンしてる。レップスがダウンしてるわ、TSM の。ベルハウスが1人やってるけど、どうなるかな。いや、ベルハウスまた1人やってるわ。ドロップキックゲームが先行して、ドロップが死ぬと。スキットのワンチャン死ぬか。いけるいけるね。いやー、集まってきたね、やっぱり。これきついぞ。そう、TSM スティルアライブで釣ってる。TSM まだ生きてるんだよ。オプティゲーミング死亡、ベックスゲーミング死亡。TSM 撃ってるぞ。KP ナイス。いや、うめえ、マジでレップス。レップスの単発銃マジでうめえ。いいね、なんだかんだでキル取ってるぞ。7ポイントだよ、今。狙え。どうせアンチ入れないから。どうせもうホライゾンいないから多分アンチ取れない。いやー、カタリストだとしてもきつい気がするんだよな。もうだいぶ上に集まってるよね。フナティックとモイストがいるのか、上に。モイストの位置が怖いな。フナティックは多分まっすぐ入ると思うから。ここ見て、LG のエリア。LG のエリア見て。ここ。これやばいよ。LG 強いわ、こう。ポジション。コンプレクシティのポジションはあんまりだな。そこの砲台が入ってれば強いんだけどね。砲台がギリ入ってないから結構きついな。これさ、10部隊で29人生存ってことはさ、あれやな、TSM の春だけ落ちてるだけだね。アンチ縮小始まってる。どうなる。
As the ring starts to close, we've got plenty to look forward to. The few buildings that populate the north side of the zone.
いや、モイスがまっすぐ移動してるから TSM ワンチャンあるか。ワンチャン移動できてんだ、多分。あ、いける、これ。TSM アンチ入れるぞ。モイスが左から行ってるから TSM 右から行けば入れる。カシェーラダウンしてるってことは、これアセンドがなくなってるのか。アセンドとコーディだからフェイズか。フェイズじゃないか、フェイズか。わかんない。もうわかんなくなってきた。これはアセンド VS フナティックだな。あ、じゃあモイスだか。ごめん、モイスだったわ。アセンドとフナティックダウンいなくなったけど、あ、レップスがダウンしたわ。ベルハーストがここ見てベルハースト来てる。いいぞ、順位稼げるぞ。順位稼げ、もうどうせ何もできないから。キル奪うか、順位稼ぐしかない。カオスだな。リドル生きてんじゃん。リドルとケースインだから、あそこ E6 だ。モイスト e スポーツそこ誰だ。スンミだからフナティック、これ日本チームじゃなかった。リドルか。シュンミっていうの。シュンミだから多分リドルだよね。リドル1かかな。あ、違う、リドルじゃないわ、フナティックか。じゃあリドルが詰めて、これ E6 だな。ケースインダウンした。うまい。で、ここで LG とコンプレッシティだ。これ勝った方強いぞ。これ勝った方アンチ取れるぞ。あ、でもコンプレッシティきついんじゃないこれ。あー、これ LG の勝ちだな。はい、やんや。もうやんやなんですよ。やんやなんだよ。わかる？やんやなの。これ LG めちゃくちゃ強い。これ LG チャンピオンだと予想します。LG チャンピオンと予想します。ベルハースがね、いい感じに来てんだよ、あそこで。ワンチャン、もうちょっと順位稼げるかも。悪くないよ。
little bit of a backup plan. Verhol's still alive.
いや、きついきついきつい。エヴァンきついって。エヴァンきつい。これは無理だ。あれは死んだな。あれ意外と生きてる。あれ意外と生きてるエヴァン。これボルクスが死んだわ先に。エヴァンまだ生きてるぞ。もう適当に言ってるじゃん。当たりーって言ってる。ああ。弱いな TSL。残ってるのがモイスト、LG、サフゲーミングス。まさかランパーと見るとは思わなかったね。ちょうどわからんチームばっかり残ったな。LG しかわかんないぞ俺。これ SAF はきついね。あ、でもジムなのか。いや LG 見て LG 半分マップの半分取ってる。ここやばくない？ここがデュオでここがトリオか。これはこことここの一騎打ちになるかな。多分こいつらが前に行ってここまで行けないと思うから、多分ここら辺でドーム焚くんだよ。ドーム焚いてどうなるか。ドームと空爆溜まってればどうなるかだ。ただ LG が空爆を避けれるホライゾンのリフトがあるから、ちょっとなんともいないんだよね。まあ LG だねこれは。あ、しかもアンチ的にもこっちの方が早いね。LG だなこれは。もう獲物をずっと見てるもん。回避する準備ができてるぞ LG。ネメシス R99 で。はいどうもほらね。ねどうもたくでしょ。どうするこれ。ああこれ2狙いだ。2狙いだ SF。LG が1になるってやっぱり分かりきってるわ。2狙いですこいつら。2狙いでこつって。はい、倒しました。さあ、1v1 ですけど、まあ、無理ですよね。うん。LG です。まあまあ、分かってた試合だったな。まあまあ簡単な試合だったね、あれは LG にとっては。それよりも俺はよく TSL 耐えたと思うよ。ちょっと一旦切るね。I'm sure there's a lot of fans right now in our Twitch, YouTube chats, and all over the world celebrating this win and that final two. But it didn't seem so simple at the start. I mean, they had to do a lot of work to get Moist Esports out of there, and credit to Pricey and Jogger who made it difficult to do so with a lesser position.
They did, and it was the difficulty of coming out of Antenna. Moist committed to that early, and credit to them, made it work up until their exit. Got a lot of placement points. I'm not sure how many kill points they actually picked up in that, because while they cleared out an entire building, there were plenty of squads that fell alongside them. I'm suspecting that they landed themselves top 3, top 4, but it's iffy, especially with the amount of kill points that other teams were grabbing.
One of the things too, Starter Fight probably would want back as we take a look at it in a moment here, but they're playing Rampart, right? Yeah. They have to get in their mind that it's a little bit better if they're the ones teams have to approach. They had to kind of get aggressive. It seemed like at the moment where there was a choice to be made, they chose to simply push Moist. Was that the right decision though? Should they have waited? Let maybe LG do that because if you do, sure, LG could get that engagement, but you risk Moist trying to push.
公式よりも最速で教えてくれるんだよね、結果を。多分今こうやって話してる途中だからハイライト見るか。いやこれは簡単だったな本当に。LG が強かったポジション取りが。あそこ取ったのは本当に強かったわ。
after finishing off a few.
これでまた LG とさ、コンプリシティが途中で戦ったじゃん。で、COL が勝ったら、多分また COL が優勝になったんだから。
There's a bit of an identity crisis happening here. Now that I take a look at the play again as well, start a fight, commit to the Gibby bubble into Rampart setup, and then come out of that commitment after using Crypto Ultimate to uproot Moist. So, not really playing to the best of their
フリーキルやったな、これは。超簡単な試合だったよ、LG にとって。さあ、更新されてるかな。
Well, you do kind of say the fact that they have to use that crypto ultimate
されてそう。
to get the
あ、
most
まだされてない
out of
わ。
it. It's smart to
あ
use
れ
it onto
お
Moist.
かしい
The
ね。
issue is, do you have to Gibby bubble for that? Maybe Rampart walls
なん
were
なら
down.
公式の
They
方が
were
楽
getting
だよ。
pestered from afar. Maybe they didn't have time to place it. Gibby bubble was just fast. Guaranteed they lived through a few more seconds, and then they were able to get their EMP off. I'd rather have a bad EMP and a bad bubble
いやー、
than
日
no
本でやってほしい
EMP and
な
no。bubble at all, because we tried to do too much and get too much value and got peppered out in the open.
日本でやってくれたらすぐ見に行くんだ。
When you're in a situation, as these end game circles tend to be,
多分今、急いでやってるよ。急いで入力してるよ。急げ急げ急げって。ファンが待ってるぞ。バトルフィーを見てくれるファンが待ってるぞって。早くしろよお前って。まだ入力終わんないのか。まだ終わりません。まだ終わりません。
This is basically the dream scenario for them.
There's nothing more that they could have done to start this tournament.
DZ だって、ダークゼロだって。ダメです。ダークゼロ勝っちゃダメです。ダークゼロは勝っちゃダメです。ダークゼロ勝っちゃダメです。ゼロが嫌いなんで。パッションだって、これ TSM のユニフォームだよ。
I believe it's 4, and they've found a way at this point
なんで日本語のパッションを買おうと思ったんだろう。
themselves up in the best way that they can. Obviously, LG Chivas, Mexican team, but playing in North America, so not counting as a slot, but certainly
そう、
started fighting
レイスとワッ
sports.
トソンのコスチュームして、コスチューム、コスプレして。
We are going.
この空いてる席さ、俺行きてよ、マジで。
Question is this
ダメ？
tournament that LG Chivas finally
誰よりも盛り上げるから。
I certainly hope it is.
ダメかな、
They've
言っちゃ
got the potential. We'll see if they follow through. Game 2 coming up with the results.
あ、もう始まるって。ビライバーキ。いや、そう。3試合目終わったらね、15分ぐらいの休憩あるんだよね。ストームポイントから、ワールドエッジになるから。バグったの乗って一瞬。これさ、怖くない ?21 枚だったらさ、賞金もらえないんだぜ。これ、怖いよな。ゼロだぜ、賞金。で、このチーム、プレインスプリット1、いや、これクオリファイドで、クオリファイ。わかんない。ちょっと、俺の英語力じゃそんなすぐ読み解くことは無理だったわ。そろそろ更新しない？ワンチャン TSM でチャンピオンシップスも無条件でいけると思う。あれ？どうした？調子悪いんじゃない？アメリカ少年って感じだよな。顔がもうそうだったもん。こんにちは。起きすぎやろ、エラー。まあ、それだけ人気あるのか。でも29000人しか見てない。もうちょい見てると思ったんだけどな。まあまあ、土曜日だから正直。
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
グローバルシリーズ。まあ本番は土曜日だから練習試合入れてしまえばこれは。シード権は決まるけど練習試合だからまだ。マジ TSM がすごかったよな。よくあれ生き残ったよな。ある程度の順位まで行くとは思ったけどさ、あんな4位だとは思わなかったよ。木曜日と金曜日はもう6試合しかないから基本的に。6試合やったらもう終わる。マッチポイントになったらとかそういうポーランドルールではないから、とにかくポイントをどこが一番稼げるかっていうのをやってるだけだから。
this is, I think, as expected from their perspective, and yet
No way!
they didn't have it as easy.
くるくる期待させてるそれかよ。
Because make no mistake, LG Chivas played well, but they also had an incredible zone pull for them, being the only team to land over at fish farms and then make their way over to Gale Station. In another ring, I don't know if we get a performance exactly the caliber of this one, where they had utter
ここ
control
が
of the
LG っ
lobby.
ていうチーム
And
です
when you
ね。
consider the fact that
さっき優勝した
this lobby had a lot of teams we were counting on earlier on.
ちなみに LG はあれだよ、渋 FPS も
Dreamfire,
ストリーマー部
most
門として
likely
いる
because of the troubles they faced with KCP along the way. Complexity taking down KCP after having 8 already. The excitement there is what they felt like wearing that brand new Nessie hoodie, which they're selling, which I need, by the way. But it all led to
素晴らしい。
right, an easier
100点だ。
side, an
彼は
easier
100点だ。
group, a lesser
この大会どこを優勝するか分かってる。
I don't want to say competition, but there certainly weren't every team that was in that final antenna zone in the zone that LG had to fight. So we'll see if they can deal with adversity. That's
フェイズのコーチかなこの人。コーチかっこいいな。
they don't get a zone that pulls us favorably.
And Will, and what the teams
一番
of
強いで
course
すね。
that I'm looking
これ
at
コーチが。
going into this next game are the ones that we saw coaches
イケ
getting
メンすぎ
involved in right
マ
at
ジ
the
で
end of last. As soon as
顔
the
整え
last
すぎだと思う
match
な。
finished, Kim Shi
あくびしてるやん
was
フレックス。
all
フ
up in
レックス起きろ。
Complexity's face, helping them out, hopefully, with how to defend against their push over by Gravity Cannon.
This
マ
team
ジでスナイ
phase,
プやばいよな。
we just switched from them to start a fight, but to talk about phase a little bit, I didn't think Snipedown was happy losing that 1v1 to his Watson. That is, two icons in the scene, two
や
control
ばい。
player icons.
18時から開始だったはずなのにまだ1試合しかしないっていうやばくない？
Wants to go next. Phony. To me, he's the challenge. I've issued the challenge to him.
まだ1試合しかやってないんだ
Step
よ。
up. If Phase is going to
2時間
do
経
well,
って1試合で
he's got
す。
the pieces, but Phony has to transition from being a great
ってことは
player
6試
to an
合、あ、
iconic
これ
player.
12
He's
時
gotta
間
step
ね。
into
なる
the
ほど。
shoes
気づいたら朝になって
of
ん
the
な。
dreams of the Imperial Howl and lead this
この人が
team
フォ
to
ニー
victory.
ね。
I think he can do it. The man had the marriage
フォニーヘッ
club
ドって人だ。
in February. He got married a week later. And he's a stylish dude. He bowled next to us, Dia, when you beat me in a bowling game. I
いや
can't
本当
believe
だよ
it.。
この人はあんまそこまでかっこよくはないじゃん、顔
But
は
let's。just say he's a better Apex Legends player.
まあまあまあまあ
He's bad at bowling. We're
おい
just
おいおいおいおい。
better Apex
おい
Legends player. A lot of hope
イ
for
ケメン
Faze.
すぎや
We'll
ろ。
see as that continues. But a lot of teams in a similar situation.
タイトル視点はめっ
I,
ちゃ
I
気になる
tend
わ。
to agree. It's
もうそ
it's
こは
time
翻訳
to
チャンネルに
become
任
the
せるしか
great,
ない。
right? And the great, as Phony has been, to become the excellent. I'm
これ
actually
Fnatic
thinking
違う
back
パルボレックスか
before
パルボレックスの
really
真ん中
embracing
F ちゃんって選手
CRIGL style. I liked things like the Newcastle that he
F
was
ちゃん
playing
ポーズ
with,
やってくんない
being
かな
able to use that as anchor for the squad, and I think that the discrepancy that FaZe are facing up against now that we're moving into playoffs here, trying to redefine their play style, is that you're trying to reconcile this heavy IGL style from Phony with Frex being this incredible anchor, where both of them have had success in that role, and you can't both be anchoring Snipe.
合ってるよね。時代13。
You certainly can't be
あれどうした
first two down,
Yeah.
ideally,
Yeah.
which is what happened there. Snipe was the last man standing against that fight with Furia, but you don't want to get in the fight with Furia
What?
either while you're
No,
rotating in
no,
zone.
no,
That plays to
what
Furia's
the-
strengths. What will be FaZe's strengths? One of the things
What
that they
the-
wanted to, which shot FaZe out,
こんな
was
遅くない
their
ぞ。
ability to get these zones and do well with them. LG Chivas
てかちなみに次の試合行くまでも正直長いですこれ。
relatively
またなんかエラー起きてるかもしれない。
Skittle cakes to his left, not to his right. Will they show up? Dia, I think this team has a ton of potential, but for
あ
all the teams
こ
that I've seen
こブレ
perform
ーキヒッ
today,
トだからモンスいるぞ。
Complexity's energy has just
モン
been
スモン
top
スモン
tier.
ス。
I mean, they're communicating. Monsoon dancing up a storm. Kimchi Lee. I don't know if he's doing biceps with that, bicep curls with that water bottle.
Nah.
He's good.
マジでいいキャラしてるよモンスーン。いや頑張ってほしいな。
He really is.
But they're staying connected.
こ
to the
こ
game.
は
Again, I think that it's about
LG
how
か
you
ここ
show
も。
up. This game too is very close to getting underway, ladies and gentlemen.
Complexity certainly had good fundamentals, as did many teams, but the second game is where we really take a step forward. First one, maybe you're shaking off
ちょ
the
っと時間
jitters
かかっ
of
たけど
playing.
まあまあまあまあまあ。
Now it's really time to play on Storm Point.
これまたあれかなパイオニア
They
と
lay it down.
どこだっけ？パイオニアとどこだ？
What will occur?
Well,
Knocked
already
him that
Noctum
game.
have issued the challenge.
Shoulder
They
arrest
went,
isn't
you know
it?
what, LG? You had too easy of a time last game, and we didn't have a great time over by Mill, so that contest is off to the races. This wasn't something that looked good in scrims, but it's already gone
あーわかんない。
longer than it ever did on
色盲なんでやめてくださいこの若干の色の違い。もう死んでる
And,
よ。
I didn't even need to see
Ah,
that
mo-
fight to
Adios.
know that it was not going to go well. Knocked him
今度 LG のところにノクテムが衝動争い仕掛けてんじゃん。なんだあいつら。いや今イージーするでしょ。ノクテム何してんだ。ランドマーク与えられてないかなノクテム。ランドマーク争い負けて多分いろんなところに吹っかけてんだろうな喧嘩。そんな気がする。気づいたらノクテム死んでた。IMC ってこんな感じなのね。俺知らなかったわ。へえ、今そういう感じなんだ。視野しか使わないから分かんないわ。多分決まってないんだと思う。じゃあノクテムは予選落ち確定だな。おそらく。特に書道争い起きそうなところはないから。ゲイルステーションとこも遊ってないよね。あ、多分ここが延長して遊ってないかな。でも2-0。いや、でもあれか、書道争いされたから漁れないか、ゲイルステーション。当たりそうなところはない。ね、うわ、アンチキモくねこれ。このアンチなかなかやばいぞ。ここら辺にいる人たちがやばいわ。特に。ここもまあやばいね。ここはまあ、ここら辺にいる人はまあ、たくさん生き残るかな。アンチがこっち側に寄っているから、次のアンチも多分こっちに寄るだろうね。あ、これちょっと TSM 距離が遠いから、TSM ここね、ザウォール。微妙だな。ちょっとこれさ、コマ線から見てみようかな。これ何？これ何なの結局。これってスタッツページってマップだった。これだ、これが見たかったんだよ俺は。このよくわかんないスタッツいらない。ああ、なによかった、どこも戦ってない。これ消したいんだけど。
In a position like this, we've got Element 6 who are going to be plenty happy, especially with a early rotate off of a Watson Catalyst, to just bunker down and hold on. But downsides, when you pick up Watson Catalyst, you need ring scan and looking at their position. That's not something they're going to get.
Yeah, and again, late game rotation, not as ideal. Yeah. However, the Catalyst does make up for that. That is one of the biggest things Darkveil does. It's the rotation in these zones where you do get in trouble. You do have to cross open water, open land. That can give you and buy that time so that you can go ahead and put a Watson Gen, set up some misses on the other side, and feel comfortable.
KSB だから E6 じゃん。やめて E6 にちょっかいかけんの。俺の推しなんだから。このドグマって言っても強いよ。この人キーマンプレイヤーだけど、これも強い。あ、ドグマって頑張れお父さんなんだ。
Teams have the opportunity to get more conservative and conservative in smarter ways. Right now, people are playing safe.
アジアっていう感じの進行性ね、これは。
As opposed to later, where you can temper the aggression. We got a crypto going off on the floor.
まあ屋上だね。
Otosan start showing up in barometer, claiming the roof, and
で盾作りますと。まあここは定石通りのクリアだ。
Takes about 800 damage to throw one of these Newcastle walls out, but they will be permanent. But when you add a Watson Gen, you add Newcastle's mobile shield next to it.
アジア勢のニューキャッスル率マジでピック率高いよな。で去年っていうか半年前の ALGS の1試合目チャンピオンシップスの1試合目頑張れお父さんが優勝したんやけどさ、その時のナレーションが頑張れお父さんっていうのちょっとおもろいよ。俺らだったら頑張れお父さんって言うけどイントネーションはちょっと違う。お、フェイズ死んだな。見てた今。ヒールログ見てましたかここの。ちゃんと見てましたか。マジで見とかないといつの間にか死んでたのザレにあるからね。今フェイズがダウンした。スナイプがいるチームで。
on AYM during the last LAN, and
Yep.
they've actually completely swapped up how they play the game. Hiarka is now the shot caller where he used to be the anchor, now playing IGL for the team, has unleashed Uchako to be that much more aggressive, and it is
め
clearly
っちゃセカンドモニター
showing
欲しいわ
up
今
And sometimes
あ
it's the switch
ー
that you need to
え
push
パラオレックス
you
が
into the next level.
ランパーと採用してん
Wolverex,
だ
a lot of times we jokingly say it. Sometimes
ラン
the
パー
switch
と
they need to
バン
go
が
to the next level was just another
クリプト
player. They've got 3 this time around.
すっげえ嫌いな構成しろ
Become famous in the Apex Legends community for not only his
しかも
bicycle
ディボ
ability to
いい
play
ね
tactically well to make top 5s
ランパーとしてんだこい
even
つ
in difficult situations. With this bridge spot, they've got a lot of flexibility here, and playing the Rampart and Crypto with the Bangalore, unusual, but they're making it work.
It's like a budget Gibraltar in this situation, or perhaps a more aggressive one, right? You have a little bit more cover, and you get to gamble with now what
お
you
か
know Bangalore gives you the ability to close gaps, play, as you
なんで
said, a
交換したい
little
の
bit more aggressive, but in terms of the larger game,
どういう意図があって交換したいのこれって
they are using flexibility as a way to make
ちょ
up
俺カー
for
の方
the
が
fact
得意だ
that
から
they
俺
don't
カーよこ
do
せって
one
言ったの
thing especially well is this composition.
One of the things, though, that Pulverex knows is that this is, in some ways, an uphill battle. APAC has had success, but they haven't reached the pinnacle of the success that they've been hoping for, especially in this region. That's been all Fnatic, who have
マジで展開がないねやっぱり
last events. What I think they're looking to do
で俺
is
正直ね
such an effective legend in these
TSM
tough
どこだ
situations where maybe you
TSM こ
lose
こだ
someone down
TSM
on
こ
a
こね
rotation.
こ
Maybe
こ
you're a little nervous
TSM
in game
ここ
one or two trying to figure it out.
もうここにいるんだしたら
Banners, getting the
悪くない
rebounds
ぞ
is the safest way to do it. It's the most
シナム
effective
と
way to do it. When teams
ガ
are
チ
not
ガ
gonna let you do
チ
anything for free,
俺
you
だ
don't
ったら
wanna take
ここの
major
端取りたい
risks
わ
if you're holding.
俺だったらここ取りたいと思ってたわこのアンチだった
Yeah,
ら
and when you're expecting
俺
to
は
be
ここら辺取りたい
without a lot of priority as well, maybe one of those early zone teams feels good around the outside of Jurassic, say.
マンデンダイヤ
but if you're
S12 マスター S17 ダイヤも俺が言うと
and you're trying to make your way into zone out of
なお
barometer like
ALGS
this,
オ
it's
タクに
not a great spot. You may end up playing a suboptimal
ステータスの
position.
偏りが強い俺から言わせてもらう
Crypto
と
lets
あの
you get
橋を取りた
all
い
that information for free.
AT squads left now. 2 have gone down, FaZe being one of them.
ここはちょっと人がいすぎる
They're going to have to go down to the drawing board with Vex for game 3. Only one more game after this on Storm Point. Still plenty to play here, though.
てか頑張るお父さん降ろされてんね
We saw them set up
い
on
や
high. They've now
なんだっけ
dropped
屋上
down
から
low under the bridge. And to me, this is a much better spot for a Watson to hold.
どうしてもね屋上って限界あるんだよな
They're still on the move.
特にストーン
They're
ポイ
not
ント
happy
の
with it.
よく降ろされてるイ
Very
メージある
playable from really any spot that they choose to take here. On the low ground, they have safety, but at the
うん
cost of
ああいう
autonomy.
感じのね
What it
屋上
looks
は
like
マジで
they're
ヘイト
trying
買
to
う
do now is reclaim a bit of that autonomy by taking high ground in air quotes for your ability to then take fights on everyone else.
そうだ
And
ねちなみに今
Tropic
1位 LG 2位モイス e スポーツ
Salute
3位
FaZe
TSM
now hold the very top of barometer and fortunately enough
さっきの試合
We're not sure if this was FaZe who actually
ほぼ順位ポイントで3位になってるのがすごい
in this position. Maybe trying to
結
set
局
up
9じゃないんです
an end game
これランクじゃないんで
And
ランクとはまた違うんで芋っていいですこれは
Chaco and Thorfinn are no stranger to being able to 1v1, 2v2, or even 3v3 with the best of them. Qualifying in the EMEA region, I believe in around 9th, 8th position heading into this.
Now, we've still got a lot of teams that need to
ああそっか
appear on
EMP が強い
screen.
もんね
Teams that
確
have
か
made
に
their way
ニュー
into
キャッスル
the
の
ring, teams that
ルートも
aren't
壊せるの
playing
か
zone for barometer, and they're all pretty darn terrifying. We've still got teams like TSM and Vexed outside of the ring. We have not
クリプトン
seen
さ
Furia
俺
yet this game, and even
about
Fnatic has been pretty
ニュー
quiet.
キャッスルの壁と
Yeah, I only cut you
ワ
off
ットスの
because
パイロン
Furry's
壊さないでほしいん
about
だ
to
よ
run
な
into TSM. I mean,
ウル
they're
トだ
making
か
their
ら
way right down right now
ただアビリティに対しても
to fight
全
TSM.
ぶっ壊していい
This is not going to go without a fight.
ニューキャッスルも
Watson.
はいダークホース来たぞフューリア
To our reigning defending champions here in London.
またこれ
That's a
TSM
nice
じゃない
51 already. Focus of attention. This should be a push.
No
まさかと思うけど TSL じゃない
Watson for
この
10
戦闘
seconds after that. The silence on defuse, very, very effective in this
うわやっぱ TSM だ場所的にそうだと思った頼む勝ってくれ
They don't go after that. That's 10 seconds, no abilities. Now reps
ただ膝技が赤マなんだよなそれが怖い
And as Watson, Zerturkey, and Panders decided this is the
でも
time
フィジカルは負けてないはず TSM 全然負けてないと思う
Aiming down side, he's got the dark veil, he's got the piercing spikes. We talked about Big E taking on the
いや
task of playing Catalyst.
引いたかな
It's different. He's not the Valkyrie.
OK 引いたね
He can't get as aggressive, he can't be as
よ
mobile.
しよしよしよしよし
And all they've done is say, let's hold on to our big toys. we'll just show a little bit of force, and they will turn the other way. And Fury has done exactly that. They've just
もう適当に言ってるもんな。見て、春もプラウラー30-30って構成だ。へえ。俺も明日から使おう。
Moving even further past that is ridiculously risky. A 30-30 can down you extraordinarily quickly.
みんなも明日から使おう。30-30っていうか30-30プラウラーで。俺はクラトスのめんどいからプラウラー使うわ。
TSM holding a great spot. They've fought off Furia. Will they approach?
いやー、この場所嫌だな。
Closer to the center of the zone. Let's go ahead into a listen in sponsored by WD Black.
取り切れれば強いんだけどね。
11-6, 4-5. I can hold 3 cells. Can drop. Drop T2. He can drop you.
するないから落とすっつうだね。
Okay.
Okay.
Are we safe at all? Doesn't look like it. Not really. We don't have an evac tower here.
イバクタワー使う。Let's go home!
Are we safe over there? Look at my ping. I have to go check. We need to look Jurassic. Devin, take my spot inside Jurassic. Yeah, to see where we can play.
スポット。見とけっつってたな。春が。
We can always int that building team if we have to, but third is.
多分キープすることを選んだかな。場所キープしてゆっくり入ろうっていう作戦なのかな。それかその後にエバクタワーで行こうってなったから。多分一旦維持だろうな。今のいやいや、そうどうでしょうね。もしかしたら今4にいないかもしれない。誰だナイス。うわ惜しい。やっちまえ。誰だこいつら。ナイス。ゴミシェルド。やっちまえ。はい、ナイスセーブ。もうすごい。誰やったアンラッキー。誰だこいつら。はい、ベックスゲーミュー。オツー。またフェオツー。俺の嫌いなチームやったわ。俺の嫌いなチームだった。ベックスゲーミング。オツーまたフェー。バカ。バッキア。ダッシュタワー使うって。ダッシュタワー使ってどうすんだろう。どこに行くんだろうな。シンプルにまっすぐ行くんかな。ナイス。押し込め。奥に戻せ。
We have 15 seconds on zone. I know. I'm popping ult, so I'm gonna get my wall soon. I think we just play for KP and kill these guys unless they fuck up. We're not still there?
いや、ウルトたまんのかな。
I'm gonna get my wall soon. I'm gonna like walk up to the left. We have to go spider cave.
針に打つチャーラーはダメです。憲法違反です。
I'm gonna see. Is there any way I can heal this purple? Batting this purple.
アセンド死んだ。フィーリアも多分先死んだよね。追えなかった、ちょっと。TSM のさすがに、TSM はさすがに TSM に集中したから、キルグ見れなかった、俺も。いや、バクターは使わない。フナティックじゃん。やめてフナティック。よくない。やめよう。余計なことすんじゃねえよ。マジか。そこ。これまずいかも。だよね。あそこ俺嫌いなんだよ、あのポジション。まあそんな気はしてたわ。しゃあない。あれはね、難しいんだよ、本当にここは本当に難しい。
JSM were able to rebuff Furia, they were able to take down Vexed, and as soon as they lost that high ground,
ドリームファイアとフナティックで戦ってるんだこれ。違う、F じゃなくてパルブレックスか。パルブレックス頑張れ。これはパルブレックスを応援するよ。無理だ。俺並みに試合うまいな、ロイ。 さあロイの漁夫で誰だお前ら MDY ファイトかいやこれ返さねワンチャンワンチャン返さねドリームファイヤー 2v2 だよただドリームファイヤー核入れられたんだよねどうなるかこれキャラはなんだ視野両方視野いるのかいやー今の環境今のうめえドリームファイヤー勝ったなと思ったっけマジかうまかったな今のパイオニア死んだ荒れてんね2試合目モスイポーズ死んで早いよヘリフナティックは7回目してんの見てリドル4位だって今リドル4位リドルじゃんちょうどリドルじゃんこれはコーディモンスンだからコンプシティか戦闘はしないなこれノックと死んだなそこにいなかったノックいないかいるほらこれでオープティックゲーミングが死亡と
are going to lose out on this. It's not easy to jump onto complexity from this point, and they're going to be safe down here.
ただ、いや、アン強い。いや、強くないな、これ、どっちだでも、ホライズンか、じゃあ大丈夫だ。なんなら外からも出るよね。入ってる、それ。入ってるわ。ワンチャン、あそこで耐えるのはありだよ。フナティックの場所は、バンがいるから頑張れって感じか。MDY ホワイトがエリミネイティド。これ真ん中すごいな。
Start a fight just from last game out of South America once again having made it into the top 10 and Entropic sharing
いやフナティックきついなこれさすがにきついか頑張れお父さんジャスナがワットソン使ってるからウルト無効化されるしきつそうフナティックしかも他からのヘイトもあるからさすがにきついんじゃないかな今の63ってどうなってんだよ頑張れお父さん。頑張れお父さん。俺はここでキャラコンしてるのを見ているぞずっとちゃんと見てるぞ俺はここでキャラコンしてるのダスタワーヘイトベイトしたなダスタワーでキー紛らわせてでも一人落ちたな海ちゃんラグジも落ちるか落ちたねこれはフナティックきついなさあリドルどうなるあるぞ位置悪くないぞそこ正面もいないのか悪くないリドルいい位置いくねいい位置でこれめちゃくちゃ屋上がいないからね。これどこだろうな。まあここのすぐそこにいたコンプレッションでは多分死んでるでしょ。リドルが格殺入れるから。どうなるかな。これリドルワンチャンあると思ってる俺。ここのさっきここにいた部隊が結構アンチ近かったから。リドルの方がちょっと余裕あるんだよね。リドルがここら辺取れたら結構俺あると思う。
Every placement point matters, but Riddle Order also know that every kill point is going to be really nice for them as well. They haven't got any contest
家にいる部隊さ、もうぐちゃぐちゃすぎるからマジ予想つかん。
So it's why they're holding off on pushing.
マジで予想つかない。
It'll let complexity perhaps as
こ
you say
こ、
eke
こ
out a
こ
few more plays.
ぐちゃぐちゃすぎる。
This zone
E6 強いかな、こうなる
is
と。
going to force two big squads to move.
ここら辺取れるし。
Starfight and Tropic have been very passive during the past couple of rings.
だよね
Start making
ロボットかな俺の。ラジコンのように動いたぞ、今。
On in Tropic, as you mentioned,
ただ、リトル。
EMEA. But there's a lot of APAC around them. Ganbare Otosan, Riddle Order as well. Beast of the Hunt activated by iTappy. One Tappy, excuse me. He's got 2 kills, looking to add a few more as he loots up. And the Bangalore ultimate just lands. Buys time, doesn't connect for much. Dia, but the round is closing. A minute and 32 before this is all said and done with these squads. And they're just taking their time.
Another scan comes through and it just lets you know where you should be playing. Unfortunately, not able to access.
モンス生きてんだけどここで。さっきの配慮。何生きてんだよ。これ、K3 に勝ちます。これ K3 に勝ちます。見といて。ごめん、ごめん、ちょっと嘘かも。これ、この戦闘生き残ったら勝てる。E6。リドルが詰めなければ勝てる。E6 が。あと壁の残り時間がな。あ、これ。いや、ごめん、なんでもない。E6 ダメだ。アンチで2人死んだわ。となるとリドル強いぞ。Nobody wants to jump on them. Lusk is going to drop first for start a fight. Remember, no Gibby bubble means no Sleep can't clutch it up, and they go down. Start a fight eliminated. Riddle Order now taking the fight up against Ganbare Otosan.
Riddle Order trying to claim their first win at land, and it's split 2 playoffs. They do it in game 2. Riddle Order.
ユキオだ。すごっ。
Incredible finish from Riddle in that end game. Difficult to hold up against what we called out as he very aggressive push from E6, but in those seconds, it comes down to nothing more than the clutch that you've got. Eking out a 50 crack on somebody, forces fight back, lets Riddle reset against E6, take the fight and make it too dangerous. They own the low ground.
やばい、誰かわかんない。誰かわかんねえ。誰だ君は。ユキオしかわかんない。
With the most competition, and they take just 2 games to find their first win in the Split 2 playoffs. What a story! What a start for our global regions here as well. We're in EMEA, but it feels like the only teams winning are outside of the continent.
It's anybody else's game at this point, and that's through jet lag. That's through scrims, boot camps, whatever you've been doing on the way here, and looking very good for really everybody who's made top 5s today. I will say, Entropic with a pretty decent showing there as well, managed to make top 3 right alongside Start a Fight, and both of them playing zone quite well, and nothing more to it for now.
This is one of those final circles, Dia, and I love to look at because there were so many little things that could have gone differently. I mean, Element 6 in many ways are the driver of the story because they decide to split the field in half. They say we're going to take this fight against Riddle Order, but they come up short. They actually end up getting the worst end of that fight, and that allows Riddle Order to have the entire side by themselves. But not just that, the low ground as well, which in many ways keeps them out of sight and out of mind for Start a Fight, who drop down and end up just finding
And once you know that you have low ground all to yourself and the circle gets that small, it's a matter of saying, well, as soon as somebody drops down, we annihilate them. Everybody up top knows that, and nobody wants to come challenge you. What was interesting was the way that Ganbare Otosan played that as well, because they had an option to get involved in the high ground. And I like that they chose to stay low ground, fight it off against Riddle, because if they win, they probably win the game.
この人今晩のおかずは決まってるよな完全に。
We did go ahead a little early and skip showing you. Let's go ahead and let you know where things stand as well and get you caught up with the action. It was Chivas who took the first win. Look at that, Riddle Order. able to take
リド
that
ルが2位な
second
の
win as well. This is a culmination of all of the games so far. So you can see Riddle Order has 12 placement points. That's a first place win. It's a 19 overall point win. LG Chivas still will be overall
今の変じゃね
based on a big win like that, but we're going to find
今の変じゃね
aggregated scores in just a moment. Big picture though, LG Chivas, Riddle Order are 2-game winners and they will
今の変じゃね
Yeah, the 12 placement points off of a win.
Yeah.
They are incredibly powerful.
なんかおかしかった
And
気がす
it'll
る
keep them at the top of the leaderboard for now, but as
バ
we
グ
come up on our third and
もう
final
なんかグダグダやな
Storm
今回
point, this is where having a game plan is going to start shifting once we move over to World's Edge. We talked about how when we start on Storm Point, you
今
have
の
the
一瞬でいそうだよね
really
ワ
truly
ンチャ
take
ン
advantage of being better
おい
prepared than other squads.
Oi.
And we've seen that out of teams like
いや
Riddle.
ここ
teams
詰めたの
like
が
Nazi
詰め
Watch,
て
look back at the final
ダ
score.
メージエース勝ったのがでかかった
This
わ
is Riddle Order's
リド
perspective.
ル
So they're in this low ground and element 6.
俺じゃなかったら多分 E6
Tropic
勝ったと思う
and E6, yes. They're in a pretty tough situation. They don't want to drop down because there's going to be that stagger time where they will give Riddle Order the first shot. And so both these teams don't want to climb up or drop down here and are just trying to poke at each other. Riddle Order
木
gets
と
the
か
better end of
木
this.
に
Not
さ
only that,
カタリストの
they're
壁
fighting
持った
up
から
three
俺多分
red heroes, which is
E6 でヘイト向かないと思ったん
75
だよ
armor
ね
than most of these teams had in
だから
aggregate.
耐えて
Because
耐え
a lot
て
of purples,
E6
as
だ
you're
なと思った
seeing,
けどリドル
they
だっ
end
た
up
わ
fighting. But it's not just that, it's the aggression, it's sending 1 and 2
いや判断もすごいし
ahead of time, allowing one tappy to follow up,
何より
and just the effectiveness with
登
which
っ
they
てきた
play that circle
登ってきた側なの
sometimes
によくあれ
the
勝ったよ
biggest and
な
brightest star is not
これマッチ
the
2
best
リザル
thing.
ト
It really pays off well for them
やっぱり
as
さっきの
well. We
さっき
could
の
have
バグ
figured
だ
this out on our
これ
own.
2 試合目
I
ね
think, Riddle
第2
Order
試合目
top the leaderboards there, but and Tropic are going to be feeling mighty good about themselves.
まあ
to
まだ
start a
わか
fight
んないな
with another excellent game. Not placing too high in the kills, but you're seeing that fundamental gameplay and the ability to call zones and play those to completion work really well for them.
I mean, if you looked at this
Yeah.
coming out, a lot of the teams we saw, Riddle Order, Ganbare Otosan,
頑張れお父さん
Start a Fight Esports, and Element 6. Would you have expected that top 5?
Would not have had them in that order.
バグだと
Almost
思
in
う
any of those games. These teams we talked about.
まあ
FaZe,
まあ
Ascent,
まあまあまあ
Vex,
まあまあまあ
LG Chivas, TSM, Dreamfire,
ゼロと
KCP,
4は
all in
違う
the
からね
back half in game 2. So Dia, what does this say?
Yeah, would you have had them in the bottom 10? And I will say that first day at LAN, this is still setting the stage. It's the
ほん
time
とさ
for, of course,
11位までがさ
these
1ポイントしかいないんだよね
teams
はい来ました
have
TSM4 位
international fans
悪くない
behind
悪くない
them
悪くない悪くない
to really jump forward.
So in terms of the matches, we know Riddle Order has 19 points, a little bit more than we're seeing on here.
あこれシリーズリザルトか
Giving you a big showcase
これシリーズリザルトだか
of
らなんつったらいいんだろ
I want to quickly jump in as
うこの
well.
ポイントがどういうポイントでなのかいまいちわからないんだけど
Riddle Order and the way
これは
that they finished off that
キル
game,
ポとか
because
そういうのじ
something
ゃな
that
く
went
て
underappreciated was the timing with which they swung
ブランケッ
around
ト
onto
ウ
Gunbar
ィナーズブランケッ
and
ト
Otosan.
がルーザーズブランケットって話したと思うんだけどそれの決定するポイントだね
Push Gunbare as Gunbare is forced
でキルとかはちょっと違う
take a multi-angle fight. It's a genius move.
エジ強いね
Riddle, and that's
いや
where
正
timing
直
is so important. It's not just the decisions, it's
正直とりあえず
the
上位
split
20チーム行けばいいからここではポイントはだから全然 TS も
We're
大
still
丈夫
waiting for perhaps their opportunity to showcase that once again. We
上位
actually
20
talked
チーム
about
は
the game plans coming out of
ポイント
these
さえ
teams, and
ポイントは
having
もちろん
seen
違いど
how
意味は
Luminosity
意味は変わんない
played
から
things out coming into this game, it is still challenging
上位
to
20
make
チーム
your
有
way
利です
through.
下位20チーム不利です
Well,
だけ
we've
だから
got
とりあえず上位20チーム入れば OK
here and one of the best stage hosts in
そういう意味で
the
練習者やってる
display,
俺は
standing by with one of the best watch parties.
おナイスウィックだ
I guess that's
Nice with the
how you
Greek,
call it.
John.
Wig Greek. What do you guys think?
I guess we can go watch partiers, but nonetheless, you said it, one of the best watch parties out there. We're hanging out with Nice Wig and Greek down on the floor as they are in London. London, show them some love one time over here. Nice Wig and Greek in the building. Oh man, Greek, talk to me about it. How has it been in London and watching these first 2 games with your boy?
Man, I'll tell you, it's been great. You know, me and Wig, we love what we do, and we're having a great time. And being in the arena this time around, man, the energy is just phenomenal. It just pushes us to just keep doing it, man. We never get tired. We never get tired.
You know, one of the best esports in the world with the best
全然泣いてる
fans in
わかんない
the
な
world and some of the best creators in the world as well. And it's electric in here. Wig, talk to me about it. We saw LG Chivas one. We saw Riddle Order and also some insane in games right there. How has it been for you so far?
はいはいはい
It's been a good time, dude. I'm having a great time watching as always. I'm happy to be in the arena to experience all of this. I absolutely love seeing Riddle take a W. I think they're a dark horse and an underdog story here going in. And LG, man, you love those guys.
You gotta love those guys, okay? And you know what? When it
comes to
watch parties, you know, a lot of people come through and they learn so much about the game from a different aspect from you, okay? So you're out there teaching everybody how to play Apex Legends. The knowledge is there. Now, you talked about Chivas kind of being a dark horse or Riddle order. Who do you think is going to take this group?
Oh man, I still think Optic can come back and definitely take the W. You know, I think they are a fan favorite. I think they're a me and Greek favorite as well to take the wins here for the whole tournament. I can definitely expect them just coming back these next 4 games.
I think you're right on that one. We've seen what they can do. But you know what? That's enough from us down here. We're vibing. If you guys want to see some more Wig, head on over to twitch.tv/NiceWig and check out the watch party. But that's going to do it for us. Let's get back into the action.
てかさ、ここでウォッチパーティーするのかな。そしたら会場のと丸聞こえじゃない？
Every time that I look
うまくなってんのかそれ。
I'm just captivated by his hair.
いや、これ何時まで結構やばいぞ。とんでもない時間かかると思う。まだ2試合目だよこれ。しかも後半3試合はワールズエッジだよ。いや楽しみ。やっぱエッジだよな。やっぱエッジだよ。
Okay, so we're going to be surprised throughout it. I only get to cast with him for a couple of days. He's going to keep mixing it and mashing it, and it's going to be great whenever you're on, brother. I'm excited to see you continue to kill it. A little bit more towards the end of the day and as this tournament goes on, but having fun on the show. And also, match 3 now closing Storm Point as well. There's been a bit of a story to Storm Point and the way this map has gone to relatively south zones in terms of the way that we can see Storm Point play, especially with those really north zones like Lightning Rod that can be very, very different.
Yeah, hasn't been favoring, say, teams like Vex that might like to move a little bit further north. I don't think that when you're landing over at things like Lightning Rod and High Point that your ideal zone is pulling up to you. But if it's landing somewhere more central in the map, I think it'll feel better for them. If we're going by Cascade, for example, even by walls, teams like Fury and Vex can feel a lot better because we saw not having high ground did to Vex. They're used to approaching from the north, and as soon as they're placed on low ground up against TSM, they fell apart.
You know, what's interesting too, we really see it is we get some shots as well, some content creators in the house, and we go back to KCP. Nasky got a little haircut, apparently. Usually he can hear us while we're on this mic, or at least he tries to.
He's got that sixth sense.
Yeah, he knows. He knows when the cameras. He knows when the cameras are on.
見たことあるような。ごめんないわ。コーチだから絶対ないわ。
You've also mentioned some of these teams who are kind of trying to play on the outskirts of those northern sides and come down. Optic is one of them who seems to be transitioning south. It hasn't worked well for them. We've seen a Western team win, Ganbare Otosan, who kind of came, with Riddle Order. And Riddle Order
まさかとは思ってたけど、真ん中の人嫌い俺。
We've also seen a Southern team in LG Chivas rotate and win and take that in game 1.
なんか知らんけど真ん中の人嫌いなんだよ。
Will they continue that way? We don't know, but it has kind of boded better
多分今後好きになることはないと思う。
actually starting on the western or the southern side than some of those northern location teams. And sometimes, that's just the way things go.
Yeah, it's the reality of being in a battle royale, and it's why we're playing 6 games today. If we think we're consistent, we might just play one. But because we've got variation,
I think that would go well. Just one game, decide the champion, fly back home. Yeah.
But because we have that variation in between games, in between rings, your ability to even as a North team be able to place in a position that gets you. I think the
なんかさ、ユカおしゃれになったよね。
say like
俺なんか
6,
昔
7 points around
より
something like that is what
め
you're
っちゃおしゃれになった
hoping
気が
for
す
to
る。
have
髪色変え
a
てから。
still good day, even if
レイブ
zones aren't.
レイブ一人だけもうなんか社長みたいな感じだよね。裏ボス感半端ないレイブ。
4 to 6 range. You're in the mix, especially when you're a team that has a high caliber potential, like a TSM, like an Optic. You can win in those 26-point games. We'll find out, though, who is just heating up at the right time and who is running out of time on our final game of Storm Point before we transition into World's Edge, where things have been done but not dusted yet in Split 2. As we begin our journey to find another champion.
マップと同時並行したら面白いよね。
Will it be TSM?
常にどこにいるか分かりやすいから。
Slightly here Will it be someone else?
俺は行ったり来たりするのが好きじゃないから
These two games
あん
have
ましない
given
け
us
ど
an indication to you that we could very well see a different champion if it continues this way.
I'm not going to make any predictions about it, but
しかもさこれさ
I have to say, Rain Day, that
ちゃんと定期的に取らないとさ
I'm
50ポイントもらえ
get
余しちゃうじゃん
because
俺これよく知ってるから多分もっともっとあるよ
start
多
of
分
the
今
day, as you said, things have changed
冗談だけど多分
big
1万
time
5000円ぐらいあるわ
for
本当だったら
even international standings. So we've seen with Riddle picking up a win and with Start a Fight picking up their second place in the first game, two regions that are typically underestimated really come out swinging, and I don't expect that to stop, especially when we're on Storm Point. World's Edge is going to change everything, but the preparation these teams have put in, the perhaps unorthodox comps with Bloodhound, with Gibraltar, with Rampart and Crypto, that's changing everything.
The time to prove yourself is now. 5 months separate Split 1
なんか遅いな
from Split 2.
来た来た来た来た来た
Are where you
俺が
are
個人的に注目してるノクテム
Where will
こっちの方だ
yours
け
be
ノクテム
etched on the 40 teams from around the world who have joined us for the ALGS Split 2 playoffs?
多分こいつらまたすぐふっかける
We will
戦闘
find out as the dropship. Let's
多分ランドマークがない人
play
たち
them
だから
go.
Keeping an eye on our early game contenders, we've got another mixed up drop from Noctum and the squad. Keep your eye on Kings, center of the map at the moment. Gunbar Otosan finding their
Gunbar Otosan
up
飛ばしたんだ
over in Thunderwatch. We've still got plenty of
いや
ways
違うな
this match can play out.
違う全然違う場所フナティックになってんだけど
Not necessarily engaged with them yet. Is Noctum, as you mentioned, changed from the mill.
フナティックになってますけど
That was maybe the fastest fight I've
ちょ
ever
っ
seen
と
LG.
ノクテムフナティックになってますけど大丈夫そ
There
う
was an element of didn't feel like it was much of a contest there whatsoever.
Yeah.
And of course they decided that's not worth our time. Launchpad, a team.
これやっぱりノクテムがさこの無名漁ってるってことはさランドマークやっぱりないんだろう
Felt
ね
like we haven't talked about them for a while. That's because they died so early last game. And that's a hard thing to mentally stay ready for. Again, trying to be more conservative here, most likely, Dia, so they can get into that final zone and pick up some points before switching.
戦闘してるよ
Look at thinking of the
ノクテム
final
戦闘してる
zone,
よ
we still don't know where we're going. There's plenty of space in here, but oh! With
だからフナティックやったここ
once again,
フナティックやったわ
reminder, this is not going antenna. That POI essentially excluded from this. We've got very few options.
That is wild. So we have seen one and then back to the other in terms of
これ地獄だなノクテム
and we were just talking about
何もできずに終わら
sometimes
せ
it
ろ
does make it difficult for some northern teams. Sometimes it makes it easier. In this map, the way it has gone, it feels like the northern teams are almost cannibalizing each other. We saw Fnatic get into trouble with TSM. We've seen Optic have trouble rotating. We've seen Vex have to take some crazy pathways. And
あでもノクテム同率 最下位だ
I mean,
フェイ
Noctum
フェイズ
that. This is cruel and unusual, but a team rotating likely
マジか
out of
フェイズ
checkpoint. This would be a
まあまあ
send.
まだ2試合
Could
始まったばっかりだから
easily
2
be
試合目だ
caught
から
by
全然全然
Noctum. Anybody
TSM は現在
coming
6位で
through this,
す
and it's what they're setting up for. Game hasn't gone well for them. Day hasn't gone well for them, and they're ratting it up.
and it could be a send. You
なん
see
か
the
アンチ
Sheriff. Oh my. Keep an eye on that map.
に
God.
似たり寄ったりすぎないアンチずっとこれじゃない
Right now on your POV, but it would be great to see it because it's
ずっと
about
このアン
to
チじゃないア
occur.
ンチなもう飽きた
Watching the mid lane,
もう飽きた俺的には俺ねストーンポイントでここ一番好き
We're watching Pioneers
このアンチ
try
大
it,
好き
they tried it, but
ここらへん右上がすごい
I
好
think you
き
set up Dia,
次
great,
こ
great
こ
point.
背
We'll
の
see
手
who comes
背の
out
手
on
も
it.
好
We
き
can at least follow it along with
次
the
ここらへん
map POV there.
Looks like it's
次こ
going
こ
all right. Kashera, so dropped,
次
it
ここ
appears, as knockdown
で最後
shield,
ここ
not enough.
真ん中一番
Post
問
kill
題
drops in the kill feed, that's to Kings, and we're going to see Noctem picking up their first kill points of the tournament. As it appears, Lufka has gotten
本当に
away
どっ
from
か
them
行ってほ
and
し
up
い
to checkpoint, but it's a big start and a bit of momentum regained by Noctem.
Well, they tried something different.
TSM が今コマンドセンターにいる
They're
な
working out for them. Great spot out there as well as KCP keep making the rounds.
And this is off of a terrible landing spot as well. I mean, Noctem didn't get Cascade. They played
Pioneer
low
どこ
ground.
にい
It
るの
was not excellent by any means. And
おう
we've been on
What the fuck
the road with Pioneers in the meantime, so we may as well talk about what they're looking
Pioneer
for.
どこだ
Their rotation takes them up through Shipfall. This is a
こっち
rotation
か
specifically
今こ
meant
こにいたの
to
か
challenge
俺
the
ずっとここや
position
と思っ
of
てた
Complexity and
ここね
Luminosity Gaming held in game number 1.
充電しないと
And what's great is that when you have a map like Stormpoint with Tridents, you can make these types of rotations early enough to where they're viable. Over the next minute and a half, I would say, these spots start to get taken, and you don't
俺の
have
見
that
てないのに
access.
さ
So
すがに戦闘起きないね。
most
さ
of the
す
time
が
the
に大
question
丈夫。
is,
TSM 起きないね。
yes, we could do it, but is it worth it? Are we at the right time? KCP, because Dreamfire does not go to mill this time around, they say it's not worth contesting. And obviously we don't have Noctum joining them as well, which they had in game 1. They have the chance to rotate early enough to get that southern side and pull here. So all those little things that you may not be paying attention to, maybe as a viewer at home, impacting the greater meta of how this circle is going to be with KCP now fully cemented in the southern side as a threat.
Yeah, it's funny because especially when we get to end zones, it's very easy to look at Apex Legends go, it's game split second, yeah, because that's what it comes down to so fabulously in final rings. But even in early game, it's also the case because of the rotations that you talked about, this opportunity that's opened up for KCP to take to the south side of the map instead of having to play things out from the western side. Now they have still been challenged. Optic Gaming currently hold the high ground, and with a position like this, they can play Gravity Cannon in the nearby area rather confidently, and it looks like they're trying to set up for a bit more of a conservative approach, not trying to overextend under Gravity Cannon as Complexity did last game, but instead, if you want Gravity Cannon, take it.
さあどこに行くのかな。アンテナにピン刺してんな。追い越せ追い越せ追い越して追い越して追い越して。フェイズだなちょうど。フェイズ。いやフェイズが0点なのはちょっとびっくりだわ。もっとああキモい。もうちょいポイント取ってる予想だったんだけどなフェイズは。ちょっと立ち上がりは悪いね。
Right over their heads, take a different rotation from game 1, and FaZe go, no, we're running that back. We're going to try that one more time. They're literally trying to push the exact same building with this Catalyst wall, and it takes one good...
これ左には誰だ
Got any shield breaks yet. They are just raw taking this fight.
TSM じゃないよね多分。またフェイズ微妙になっちゃったな。結果的に。
Possibly just looking for an opening, but you're right, Dia. Nothing is
really
going
to go ahead.
Push past this. These boxes are the final place they can hold before getting a little bit too aggressive for their.
これやばいぞフェイズ。また死ぬぞこれ。位置が超不利です。Let's go TSM!
Of course it was Verholst to open things up for TSM. Through the wall, he opens up with a punch and cleans up with the R99. How?
おっと
takes the
春
Verholst still clutches it up as ever. That's why you pick him up. That's why
春誰に負けたんだスナイプだ
Reps does a good amount of damage, but this is what has happened to TSM twice.
おお
Verholst, please!
And now Hal has to make it. He got revived.
春ぞこれ
It's fine, but he has to do a little bit more damage.
2人やってる2人やってる2人やってる
He's gotten one, he's gotten two. They tried from Biggie. They're gonna finish it off. They have certainly survived. Maybe not getting the kills, but they've done what they need to for TSM to stay back in it.
Verholst clutches things up for TSM, not to the tune of them just staying alive, to the tune of
やばベルハスト
Good lord.
And I mean, that's just talking about
とんでもない削りだと今
Evan's development as a player, as an anchor. I mean, this has obviously been his role.
よう漁夫返したな
When you have the mobility of a Valkyrie usually that you're used to, relearn a character. Almost
なんかもう
train bad habits because Valkyrie
口開いたままだずっと今
that you shouldn't
やばいな
do on characters who don't have jetpacks, right? Now being able to
全滅させる勢いだったぞあれ
perform at the
マ
highest
ジ
of
で
high levels. It's one of the reasons
車なかったらワンチャン全滅だったな
praise him so much for the effort that he puts in. But it's also moments like this where anybody who's a non-believer starts to say, okay,
パイオニア強いね
with something that most players aren't
位置強いね
He's
パイオニア
with some spices that aren't available to the public. And that's just what Verholst does for this team.
As you said, on a mobile character, just absolutely ludicrous. Really heads up play, much like actually Frex had for FaZe
またコマンドセンターバグってんなこれ
wall off with the Pharaoh fluid, create another door, make sure that there was another angle of entry that was sealed off to keep TSM safe. It's that presence of mind combined with the fragging ability that makes Verholst so great. And I'm sure we'll get the chance to talk about him a little bit later. It's been a couple minutes, so let's talk a little bit about Ascend.
調子悪いなコマ戦がまあいつも通りかある意味 ある意味いつも通りか。TSS、Apex だから。期待してた俺がバカだったかもしれない。当たるやん、フューリアとエレメント6。これは俺フューリア勝つの。これはフューリアが圧勝すると思ってる俺。
They don't run and gun, but they take some of the best fights and they make sure they are involved in some of these final lobbies. And they're always dangerous. Furia here, though, is Watson on the fuse. That's something that we didn't see.
そっか、接敵しないか。
Wow, certainly a different
接敵ってか当たらないか。
Yeah, I want to see
まあ第2収縮始まってないしまだ当たらないか。無理に当たって全然順位上げれなかったらいいんだよ。
awkwardly, and the swap up to the fuse hasn't provided them the extra pressure because fuse does
期待したらダメか。
from a power position already.
考えないとな俺もちゃんと。
When these southern zones are
いや、
happening,
Apex だから。
fuse loses value like nothing else.
めっちゃ AP やりたい。めっちゃ AP やりたい。むちゃくちゃ AP やりたい今。ムズムズするわ。
And of course, be able to play the Bangalore. Zeratricky now able to still keep on the Bangalore, but they've opted in towards the Catalyst. Is this just a sign of how strong, you know, really the newest character in competitive is?
大丈夫か？
Change a couple of
ああ、
people.
大丈夫か。
I'd argue so. Oh no.
やばいぞ。
Furia stuck around the outside. As the zone continues to pull towards the south, LG was still the one playing the exact same position as previously, and KCP still also playing conservatively on a low ground by Shipfall.
Well, that game probably not going to need to analyze that one.
Fair enough.
ちょっと待って、そしたらさっきの T7 なくなるやん。
That goes. No, it was great. I mean, it's fantastic. I don't think we're going to need to know that one for this one. However, I do think a lot of the themes that we were seeing are important. We mentioned 3 teams that were interesting to me. And as we get some good information here, we will continue on into this game.
再開した。ナイス。
That was on this side, so yes, the panic has been
よしよしよしよしよし。
settled back in.
よかった再開して。
A lot of players and a lot of viewers holding their breath on that one. I was myself, but we are back in. So Dia, I stand corrected.
よっしゃ、T7 のさっきのあれはちゃんと承認。
We are still alive.
KCP are like, whew, we get to hang on to this position because it is a really good one.
Yeah.
If anybody else
ずっと KCP 言ってるよね、パイオニアのこと。
game one, they would have had a really strong argument.
パイオニアって KCP なの？正式名称。
Part of this is because of the rock cover that you have as you move up the high ground.
And look at this. I mean, if you have
パイオニアと KCP って別だったはずなんだけどな。そんなことないかな。
as it is. This is also getting very
やばい。
so we may want to
やばい。
do map in a second.
ダークホースが来たぞ。やべえやつが来たぞ、TSM に。正直戦ってほしくない。正直ここ当たってほしくない。勝てるとは思うけど、こいつ何するか分かんない。ああ、これまずいわ。ああ。見てなかったね、下を。
opens things up. The controller Demon taking a wide swing with Zera. A wall will save you briefly, but not for long as TSM have just one member left standing.
春ぶち切れんぞこれ。
Now taking a reset for the next minute.
And this is Verholz's job.
なんでお前ピークしないでよ。完全に油断してたね。
But Furia, man, reminding me of days of old. 3 red shields running at you like there is nothing that you can do to stop their pace. And the fact that you just saw them decimate TSM had done that to another team shows you exactly how good that they are.
Yeah, this is working really well, or it was.
何かが物足りないってずっと思ってんだけどさ、TSM だよ。
Their flight is far from over.
もっと暴れていいよ。
Like many squads to rotate through the center of antenna, but instead likely have to rotate around the outside, making use of Pandora's and the Catalyst wall. As a pure rotational tool, it'll work wonders for them, but as we approach the end game, things are still going to be just as tough.
あれエヴァンじゃない？
Nemesis, a weapon that is, well, ever since its introduction, been one of the go-to weapons for high level. And of course, casual fans who love doing things.
フューリアやばくね？
TSM finally goes down. They won't get an extra placement.
いや、なんでもないわ。
It was just a matter of the time alive as Verholz finally falls to his Watson. Zeratricky and Furia, who
アンチ入ってんのにわざわざ詰めに行ったんだと思ったわ。だからこいつらやっぱり行かれてると思ったっけ。ちゃんとした立ち回りだったわ。
Then because you've got both the Catalyst and Bangalore, they do have a better chance of making it up the low ground that TSM did in game 1.
塩入れと誰だ
It's still going to be pretty rough. Complexity, interestingly enough, holding a very similar position as well.
もうすぐ頑張れ。
Against Optic this time and are
お前のキャラコン見せてくれ。
hug this
俺はお前のキャラコン楽しみにしてるぞ。
instead. Their backs now
やばい
exposed to
やばい
KCP.
ダメージ数負けますもう一部隊来ましたやばいですオプティックゲーミングかオプティックゲーミングと誰だこれ誰だよ どうしてもさ全体のチームで戦ってるからさ知らないところマジ知らないねはいノクテムダウンアセンド vs リドルだ
Everything changes and everything stays the same. With Kashara down, Ascend do have just a few moments to pull off this res, but they should be able to complexity.
塩色をしてる気づいたら
Eliminated. I mean, that happened so fast. I was going to call for it.
頑張れリドル頑張れリドル頑張れ
Skill's got to do something fantastic. Watson fences, might get a little damage.
勝てるぞナイス
Out of there. Riddle order yet again. First place
アセンドとドリームファイアがエリミティ
36
と
points. Winners of game
やばい
2.
フューリアだ
Keep it going.
フューリアとはい俺の嫌いなベックスゲーミングです
Has actually made some waves with the ability to collect information on these fights and now open things up with his ultimate. Panders continues to taking down Yukio. 12 squads left and Furia, as ever, take down one and go, all right, we'll take some more.
It's so hard to fight a team that loves to fight because they're never surprised and they're always ready to go just as hard in terms of the aggression. Furia, again, more red shields, more knuckle clusters, more mother loads. It has been such an aggro comp, but it has worked for them. And I continue to spot out the fact that Furia has played this game when they've been successful differently than the rest of the teams in this lobby. They've
こっちにもいるよね確かこっちにもいたよね
う
まいこと詰めれてないんだよなフューリアが
so that we will ultimately be in contention for the overall points.
さすがにこれはリドルを応援するよ ただちょっと雪がまずいなで個人的に今キルルで気になってるのはパイオニアの一人のサーデルが落ちてるオプティックゲーミングダウンリドル死んだリドルがベックスゲーミングでやられたわベックスドってここにいたんじゃないのベックスドってここにいるんじゃないのなんでベックスドでやられた
Benefits of having that passive. Fuse able to launch arc stars, grenades, any ordinances farther and with more accuracy. And he also has clusters that can stay as damage over time ticks to avoid areas or clear areas out for his team. It has been a real tough run.
ベックスドここに移動してるわ今
Riddle order, but have they
で
sacrificed
フナティック
themselves?
ここセラが死ぬ
Dark Veil may be buying
フナティ
time
ッ
for
クは
him,
再起不能
but
かな
that's
ほとんど
most of Furia in trouble. Watson crawling, he's probably going to get
と
down
ん
to
で
the
もない
zone.
固まり
Does
方だ
Aaron
な
Tricky make it? I think he can.
やばいユカがサーデル倒してるあー全員死んでるあーこれはパイオニアダウンするなパイオニア残りこれまずいこれ無理だなパイオニアフューリア入れフューリア落ちて
And you won't believe it. 9 squads left. It feels like at the same time,
このチーム
there's only a few that
あパイ
matter.
オニア落ちたこのチーム
If
何
you had seen the map, you would know.
イントロ
Because
ピ
it is
ックっていう
LG
のかな
Chivas Yanya, Jaguares, and Niazul in the exact same position with no competition for that spot where they won game 1
何者なんだ
with
この人たち
26 points.
全然知ら
Can
な
they
い
do
わ
it again? It certainly feels that way, Dia.
It does. The big change here is that there's another contender. We've
あ
got Pulverex on an early rotation.
これ俺の嫌いなチームです
The spot that
ベックスゲーミン
previously
グ
was held by Startify. It is Vexed. Struggle for their lives. Around the outside should be all right for now, but as the timer ticks down, it's going to be a ring that really kills Vexed here.
Round the outside, round the outside. It almost had me dancing to Eminem up in here. Now, though, trying to figure out if they can put the pieces together on top, because you're right, yes, there is this engagement going uphill, but some of this KP could be
これ全チームやばいな、ここにいるの。
for these teams and just
アンチがさ、丘上だから全員移動しないと。カオスになるぞ、ここからここ。頑張れお父さん。頑張れお父さん。お父さん頑張って。おお。いや、あるぞ、頑張れお父さん、これ。あー、でも角入れられたか。モイストとエントロピックがターンして、ベックスもゲームダウンして、ニューキャッスルのアビリティ溜まってないかな。あー、無理か。溜まってたら帰れたけど、あ、フナティック3人か。え、これまた LG 勝つよ。え、また LG 勝つって。また LG 勝つってこれ。フナティック vs LG。来ないぞ。あー、LG かな。あ、LG です。LG 強くね。
The shield swap is perfect and the win is undoubted. That was, again, not even close for LG. We go south and they are taking it every time.
I love it.
LG こんな強かった？俺の知ってる LG はこんな強くないぞ。俺の知ってる LG はここまでポイント稼げねえぞ。調子いいな、ヤンヤ。
And to still have this composure, this is the LG Chivas we have been waiting to see at LAN. This is the team that has a chance to win it all.
Clean, practiced, and looking good on this first day. And in the first map of the day, LG
覚醒っていうかなんかアンチ取りがいいね。アンチがすごい上手いわ。アンチコントロールめちゃくちゃうまい。
I think they're going to continue to look better.
And the thing is, we do have to be very aware to play devil's advocate, and that's what I like to do with these conversations, because they did get the same zone twice.
Yes, that's true.
But the thing is, there's also this quality of there are teams who got the
やっぱり
same
ポ
zone
ジションって
twice
大事や
and
ね。
that position, a la complexity. They couldn't make it into that
いかに広くとっていろんなチームにプレッシャーかけるかがマジで大事ってことが分かるわ。
It's a testament to both those teams who can make adjustments. It's also a testament to a team that gets delivered something that they should close on, and they actually close on it, not once, but twice.
Yeah, I really liked even seeing Pulver X be able to take a power position in Ring 5, not 6, as they did get a little bit antsy. They saw Fnatic and went, that looks real juicy, and the juice was tainted.
You know, F-Chan said, let me do my thing, and I appreciate it. We love some F-Chan here in the ALGS. We also, you know, just love some high energy starts to a tournament that's going to last 4 days. The beauty of this dia is of what these teams can produce if they can end up maintaining this pressure. But obviously there's still a lot of drama to unfold, a lot of things, bumps in the road, I'm sure.
参考にはなるけどならないよ、
So
本当にこ
far
の人た
it's
ちは。
been good for LG Chivas as well, who are our standouts alongside Riddle.
わけわかんないことしてたその。
It really has, and with our two winners, I'm still looking at Start a Fight and going, well, last game perhaps not that great for them, but multiple top 5 placements is going to be a great start for the team. As you mentioned, Riddle Order looked good, Fnatic had their moments, and they've still got plenty of squads that, while they haven't picked up a win,
1位 LG、2位フナティック、3位リベルオーダー、4位頑張れお父さん、4位トル6位モイス e スポーツ、7位 SF、8位 TS。ああ、まあまあまあまあ。まあまあそんなもんか。フナティックのキルがすごいな。23キルしてる。
Job kicking off our playoffs here. You're right. We've got a new addition to the desk. All right, we've brought
FaZe どうした？
up here to hang out with us. Be one of our expert analysts for the entire weekend. First of all, are you excited to be here? And what are your impressions on the competition so far?
FaZe のサブメンツスラープなのね。
I'm honored to have the invite and get a chance to represent some of like
やっぱスラープはダメか。
as far as the game goes. as far as the competition has gone so far, I think we're getting to see a lot of what
知らない
we've
チーム
been
が
waiting
さ
to
た
see
くさんいるか
from
ら
a few of the regions that maybe haven't performed like as we expected. APAC
こいつらか
North
さっきからよく見んの
off to a strong start
エントロピッ
with
ク
some
覚えた
impressive showings from
モイストは
teams like Ganbare and Riddle and
プ
South
リーシー
American
か
teams
オッケーオッケー
start
オッ
a
ケー
fight.
プリーシーがいる
I
とか
mean,
思いそうね
phenomenal performance across
ここは
all
よくわかんない
LG as well. We've seen some seriously strong performances once everybody got into the swing of
あ
things.
KCP
Are you
なのか
surprised
パイオ
about
ニ
getting
ア
these results so far, Tiff?
No, not really.
Yep.
A
あ
lot
れ
of
なん
the
か合
teams
併
that
とか
are
したのかな
favoring these southern
合併
zones
し
on
て
Storm Point, we saw nearly
パイオニア
two
になったのか
identical
な
ones, but the one
KCP とパイオニア
prior
合
to
体
that
して
just outside of Antenna. RKN were in the back room over there screaming over LG because they never rotated out of Gale Station. They maintained their position on that rock in game number 1, and I was like, this is their game to lose.
あセリーかと思ったこれサリーだったわ紛らわしいな 狙ったやろ絶対
Teams are practicing that, right? We see a lot of two-way contests in scrims. You know, you have a very strict game plan about how these teams want to play that. But you don't practice three-way contests. That's just like pure chaos. These guys, you got to make up something on the fly.
Like we said, fantastic way to start off the day. But we're going to jump into the next 3 results first so you guys can see what happened with the points after our first
もう今めっちゃゴロゴロしてるわ
halfway mark is there? All right, so we'll check in with these kills. Arcan, talk me through what we're seeing.
これはマッチ3のリザル
So
ト
we see
3
another
試合目のリザル
phenomenal
トや
performance from LG.
早いでし
Of
ょ
course,
やっぱりこ
two
のサイト
wins to start
バ
their
トルフィー
first
ってや
day of
早いんだよ
Split 2 playoffs.
本来
Of
は
course, another
なんか調子悪
well
かった
done performance by Fnatic. You know, 16 kills. What an incredible showing from a team that's recognized highly for
16
their mechanics. Their ability to fight is almost uncontested, especially in their region.
Fnatic
Really showing that North America is not
やっぱ
necessarily
強え
the
わ
only team that is known for their ability to team fight.
やっぱフナティック
I
って
was just
強
gonna
いんだな
clap.
そう
Can
言
you
って
say
考
it
える
again,
と
please?
Oh, God.
Not just
I don't think I
specifically.
need to.
No, it was absolutely impressive. Not only that, but Gombre Otosan, that was really cool. When they started going in map number 2 on Barometer, I was so worried because they were gatekeeping Fnatic. And then a well-executed Catalyst wall towards the end from Element 6 in their engagement actually prolonged the life
TSM
of
負けたね
Geo.
5キル
And
10位の割ではキル取ってるよ
Well, we see the second page here, Genome, even Riddle Order. We talked about them a little
いい
bit. 6 kills
6 は
on the
パッ
board
と
for
しな
them
い
as
な
well.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they placed 11, right, but another bag of kills from them. I mean, actually, one of the fun little tidbits from game 1 was that KCP got 5 kill points from the same team. They took out 2 of Dreamfire's members at the start, and then Roy went to res them over a Barometer, and they took the fight again, wiped them out for 3, and it was a nice little bit of respawn farming there.
いいね伸び伸びと見れるの
All right, well, now we'll take a look, checking in with the series results, see where all of our teams stand here thus far. And after those 2 wins, LG at the top with 46 points, starting off strong here on the weekend, Arcan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I was saying, we can see in the top 4, we already have 3 APAC North teams. Extremely strong showing, and I'm not surprised. Vamos Mexico, you know, LG coming out really strong. I mean, that's my personal pick for the day. I couldn't be more excited for them. I know I see Fnatic on there. I know that was Tiff's choice for the day.
It definitely was, and to no surprise, we were watching a lot of their engagements, especially in the building when they were taking on Moist. Umi-chan able to just take the front edge there, make sure he was dealing all the damage, allowing for a quick reset to happen for the teammates. But that was against Moist, you know, and talk to me a little bit more about their performance, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid game 1 for those guys. Obviously, I think it was the top 3, and then we had some great overheads of watching the other 2 teams.
太陽の6時に出た動画口癖瀕死の狼少年に切れるぶち切れる太陽タレゾウ瀕死どこがだよって面白すぎだろ見てそれも
So it was a good start to them, slowed down a little bit since there, but, you know, Moist have been someone who have been just so consistent, especially, you know, almost ramping up towards the finals. They're a team that you just get through to the finals. That's where they shine when the game is at its
もうさっきよりマシになったけどさっきマジ普通だった
Some potential surprises. We saw Ascend on the second half of the page. We saw FaZe down there. We saw Optic Gaming down there. And, you know, all teams that we know can have these phenomenal performances, so we'll have to see how they're able to keep it up. But let's take a look at the story overall for our series here between groups C and D. Because there are going to be a few things that jump out here at me personally, and I'm looking at some of the high KP we're getting already out of some of these teams, Arcan.
Yeah, I think another big thing to point out that was extremely pivotal to LG's success is game one, like we said, Noctum was supposed to be contesting them in fish farms, but they opted instead to try and third-party the contested mill, which ultimately frees up the zone for LG to win game one.
いや TSM 順位がな4位15位17位ってなってさ最初のもうあまりだったからなもっと TSM が暴れてほしい
It is right now, and that's what we needed to see. I said earlier today that APAC North
でも TSM ってその分に強いはずなんだよ実は
in the champs, and a lot of the teams from APAC North and these other regions, that's where they're setting their sights. They are looking towards, obviously, they want to split 2 playoffs win here, but it's championship in the picture. And when I spoke to Riddle's coach, that was primarily what they were focusing on for this split. And they're coming in strong. They win map number 2, and one of the coolest things is Yukio is actually such a large streamer from that region. We were talking about it. You know how they always say CEO, Imperial Hal of North America? Well, that's Yukio for that region.
Well, that's Yukio.
See them performing well here.
Yeah, I mean, look, APAC North doing really well, right? I mean, that second game final circle was something that I had so much fun watching, right? The bank smokes, the Watson fences, everything was in play there, and the architecture of that final circle just made it such a tight finish, right? All these kind of denial of movement sort of abilities in play made it go right down to the wire.
All right, well. We've only got you up here for a little bit of time, RKN. Obviously, want to get a little bit more of your thoughts specifically on LG. Starting off the entire weekend, 3 games in, 2 of them being wins going in their favor. How does that make you feel about them overall for this weekend?
I think like with any teams, and especially in a game like Apex, your first game, your first day in general, the showing that you bring out is what sets up the momentum for your whole tournament. Like here we have game 1, them taking a pivotal fight against Complexity, which ultimately secures them God spot, and ultimately what that leads to is they have a cleanup just to win game 1, and that's ultimately off the back of the fact that Noctum didn't contest them.
Yeah, especially when Startified Esports puts all of their attention directly on the duo of Moist. They decide, hey, this is our time to shine. Let's pick up these 2 eliminations, and then we'll have a quick reset and turn our sights to the fight for the win.
You're fascinating turn of events in game 3 with Noctum was when they gave up contest, and they actually just started at spiders, and then we saw them ratting, trying to break rotation through that tunnel and just take the loot away from somewhere else from another team, right? Such a risky play. You're not necessarily you have to make that call so early. Do you even know where the circle's going? You have to be able to guarantee that someone's gonna be able to come through there, and those rotations, like maybe if it's in the middle of the map, you can do that. There's always going to be someone going through there, but it's honestly a really risky play. I kind of like it. Don't see that at land very often.
I mean, a lot of prep and time goes into getting
すぐ試合始まんないよな多分 A と B の
of our teams.
その間に風呂とかいろいろやるしかないな
goes into what we have to do as casters in order to make sure we're ready for these events as well. So we wanted to give you a little bit of a peek behind the curtain and see what happens in our Apex classroom.
おっとフォークこれあれだナレーターの人たちだ
Okay, everybody listen up! My name is Professor Rainday.
Rainday.
And today we are going to be talking about...
Who is Samantha?
Hold on, that's my night class.
Samantha.
Apex
Legends.
Okay. I'm going to ask you guys the hardest Apex Legends questions I can think of. I know you punks aren't going to be ready for them. Start with you, in the corner, goody two shoes. Split 1 playoffs winner.
TSM, aka Team Solo Mid.
Not bad.
正式名称ね
Well, that study ain't paid off. You, Bowtie. Damage points from a wingman body shot.
45
Impressive. Alright, you. Like your stick.
Tell us about yourself.
Split 1 playoffs MVP.
Hi.
That will be how?
Actually, that would be Imperial Hal,
あ、すいません
the CEO of Apex.
すいませんインペリアルハールでしたねすいません本当にすいませんミスったー質問だったのに
Alright, middle row, to the left. How many teams qualified from APAC?
Yeah, that'd be...
Hey, north and south, okay?
14, mate.
Oh. Why are you sitting backwards?
Because I'm Australian, mate.
Oh, crikey.
あ、全然何言ってるかわかんないこれはこれは何言ってるか全然わかんなかった
Alright, Miss Lip Gloss, if you could stop applying for 1 second, I got a question. Who's got the best hair in Apex?
Effect.
He is a good-looking man. All right, Shakespeare, your turn. How many games did the Split 1 playoffs end in?
8.
That's correct.
8. よし OK!
Okay, keep it up. Back row. Preppy look. Who's got the best trash talk in Apex?
That would have to be the not-so-sweet dreams.
Shots fired. Okay. All right, you in the back. Who's the best professor in Apex?
Professor Rende?
Damn right. And look who decided to show up
みんな何言
on
ってるか分かる
time
これ
today. Finally. All right, one question for you. Who's the only European to win a land event in Apex?
GMW. On Reignite.
No, you can have bubblegum in the class, but you're correct.
Yeah, let's go!
全然出てわかんねえ。おいサトルじゃねえのこれ。
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new stage host, Blaze. But enough about that. You should have saw the 1v3 that I got outside. Collat with the Kraber into the shotty to the body.
In that case, welcome to the team. Good to have
You know, happy to be here, but why are y'all dressed like that?
What the?
We don't even have a cricket team.
It's because we're out here playing some Apex, maybe onset playing some cricket. What is good, everybody out here in the Copper Box Arena? I'm Vicky Kitty, and I'm joined with the one and only Genome. This duo coming through for the first time. And Genome, after those first 3 games, you broke it down with the action perfectly with the rest of the desk. Come on, we are out here looking at APAC North really popping off. LG coming through, the LG Chivas, by the way. Love seeing this team also find that success. But you know, I may not be able to blow some gum out here on the casting desk. Could do it when Rain Day is teaching some things every so often. Sometimes he gets upset, sometimes he's cool with it.
I mean, look, you mentioned the cricket, man. I mean, I've got to apologize for the Aussies for that one. I can tell you, it was who's down 2-1 in the Ashes right now. Might have been an Englishman. Just saying. Just saying. Wasn't my script. Anyway, look.
マップ改変されてんじゃん。そうだ。
We are going to get onto some more, of course, in the second half of this series.
そうだ、マップ改変されてるわ。スクリームあんま見なかったんだよ。
LG with 2. I mean, now LG is a team we've seen do so well in group stages.
スクリームはね、なんとなくあんまり見ないようにしてたんだけど。
to do really well here, but
マップ変更されてんじゃん。
that's always in my mind. Can that translate to a finals lobby, right? We're always looking ahead. Is LG the same team at the start of the weekend as they are at the end?
I want to say
まあ TSM は関係ないんだけどね。
because let's look back on their performance in the very first split of
TSM はラバサイフォンだから正直関係はないけど。
They came out swinging. I think they one game had 17 kills alone, almost replicating.
見てフラグメントどっちも MDY ファイト取ってる。すごいね。物資超潤沢やんこれ。でオプティックエミーはここ取ってる。これやるぞ。やるぞあれ。
Yeah, exactly. The edge. Maybe they're playing edge. Maybe they're playing zone. Maybe it changes depending on what they've been able to.
パイオニアさ、こことミラボヤと溶岩湖どっちも遊んだ。強っ。
a bit of a scuffle between staging and lava fissure, depending on who can assert their dominance.
フナティックランドサイドか。ブッシュがやばそう。いやこれすごいわ。これ全部遊んだのすごいわ。
Monument and Fragment. Nice little pick up for them.
And I love the changes that we have onto World's
絶対
Edge.
勝負してる。どこだどこだどこだどこだどこだ。
Getting the flyby here.
ここと SF だっけ。
Coming through with their lit up signs. I love feeling this energy, and it's just day number 1 here, Genome.
あ、重たいって。いやもう。
Talk about the times
俺のパソコンじゃ耐えきれない。
people coming in from work, and I'm excited to see how the work is put down here for World's Edge because you highlighted some teams that are comfortable with the POIs that they have been able to claim here, but I'm also looking at the northwest side of this map being as
初動ファイトやるのかな、それとも分けるのかな、ある程度分けたりするのかな。あ、やるやるやるやるやるぞこれ。
By the looks of it over there, in trials. Same with
がっつりやるぞここ。
the hot zone, and it's definitely going to be a little bit hot down here with start a fight. A classic contest.
これ勝ちじゃね SF の。
You can remember Alliance
いやわかんないぞ。ワンダウン。SF があんま取らないんかい。 今11 2v2 だねこれで。
But taking things slowly here too. As Lusquin also has the blue Evo shield up rep, you love that, but this also transcends into the composition that you're going into.
ちょっと待って。
contest.
アセンドと OG もやってんぞ。
Make sure if those doors are going to be reinforced if you need to take some cover. As in Tropic, the squad that is going for these 50-50s, they lost on a
これはエントロピックきついな。
Yeah, look, interesting decision here though, right? Like they let them get the res off. They are up in the 2v3. They don't want to give up the high ground.
決まりかなこれは。
Just a little bit too much space
あ
as they pull
あまあ
down
まあま
with the res off. The man
あ。そうここよ。ここ戦闘すると思わなかった。OG 頑張れ OG 頑張れ。あーラストワン。
Finding the first knock
アセンドの勝ちだ。
This is absolutely huge here. Share not going to be heal. He's instead going to try to close in the gap alongside post kill, trying to find the last straggler, just trying to run away out here.
あーアセンドの勝ちだ。
Here it's Optic Gaming.
そっかオプティック。 オプティック
Yeah, look, I
あ
was
んまりだ
talking
な。
up at the start of today. Not a great start to their world's edge. You know, only caught the last end of that fight, so hard to say. You know, some of the factors that went into that, but
ってことはアセンドここも焦れるじゃん。ラバシティも焦れるじゃん。
But look, I guess if we think back to the first half of this series, Vicky, you know, the first game on Storm
今の速さは多分すぐに詰めてきたよね。
as the games went on,
じゃあある程度焦れるんだね。
that you know, maybe game 2, game 3, they're going to change it up, play a little bit safer, take one of those less desirable POIs. So we'll have to see if Optic has, you know, the ego or the humility.
Especially when you have so much to loot by Old Lava City there too. If you don't want to split that big mod area, it's a lot of space. Everyone's like, where did my construction building go?
TSM やってる。TSM とリドルやってるぞ。
We love to see it. I love seeing the changes that we have within the season.
レックスが雪を倒した今。倒したってかダウンさせてるわ。あーカース入れた。移せよ。
That said, lots of other teams already stacking it up down near launch site where it does look like the ring could be pulled.
いやもうやらないからこれ多分。めっちゃ TSM 静かなんだけど。こんな静かなことある？絶対あれじゃん、聞こえないになってんじゃん。
Launch site looks like there's a Loba also with the black market right there too, so you could actually secure that final circle godlike position without having to overextend. As this is why we love Big Mod. This is why you got the gold guns that you can work with and the
TSM 1いいよ。アンチすごくいいよ TSM。めっちゃ TSM アンチ強い。めっちゃ強い。あめっちゃ強い TSM。こういう順位あるよ。
That contest there, that means you know they could have gotten to the zone earlier if they had had the quick rotation, but Thermal obviously being one of those zones that you sometimes like to play a little bit more.
びっくりするアンチ。ちなみにここね TSM。
They kind of don't have that choice because they had to slow down just to take that early fight.
カタリストがいるから守れるんだよね。ホライゾンのウルトも守りに使えるし。やばくない？カタリストもさ、シアもホライゾンもさ、攻めにも守りにも使えるのってやばいよな。フェイズ頑張れ。どうしたフェイズ。アメリカ予選で結構暴れたはずなんだけどな。そう、おのおのも強いしね、しかも。おのおのが最強レベルだから。リドルは2落ちしてるね。
Maybe they took a punt and said it's going to end a tree. Maybe they are looking to play more of that gatekeep angle. But either way, you can see most of the teams have filtered down towards either launch site or the south end of Siphon.
But you know what's even crazier here too, Genome? With Luminosity winning 2 games that we've had so far on Stormpoint, which is the team that lands in launch site? that's the Luminosity's POI, so they have the advantage off the rip to hold on to that southern building and launch site and to wait, especially if there's a ring console right there. They're going to be sitting in a good spot here as Moist Esports take into position right on the south side of Lava Sight, and they're in the line of sight of another team who's taking some shots.
集まってきたな。
Yeah, Moist, you know, they've got some happy memories.
もう何が起きてるのかよくもう見えなくなってきたよ。もう何が何だか分かんなくなってきた。T7 ここじゃないの？あれ T7 どこ行った？ T7 こっちか。こっちか。俺ここだと思ったんだけど T7 じゃなかったよね。ここなのか。
You know, that great story from Monsoon coming out last night. You love to see it. The man has been desperately trying to get to land for quite some time now. And here we go. He's made it. Let's see what kind of impact he can have.
I love the story that you highlight with Monsoon. Aside from the
どういう音なのこれは。ああ、やっぱり俺が刺した方だ。移動しろ場所。なんで風の音が聞こえんだよ。いや、そうなんだね。スマホそこがあれだよね。パソコンでもしんどいのに。
Yeah, I mean, it's a classic, right? Blood and bang. That's, you know, it was always, basically from the start of the game, it was kind of how it's conceptualized, right? You put the smoke down, you scan through it, you have the advantage.
だいぶ楽な体勢見てるよ、今。もう、こんな長い時間座ったの久しぶりだわ。あー、やめてあげて。やめてよ、タッピー。いじめないで、日本人として戦わないで。あ？レップス。レップスが来ました。ナイスー。いや、いい感じにキルポがついてんだな、TSM。順位全然なのに、あれね、ゲーム内の順位全然なのに、総合の順位ある程度高いのってもうキルのおかげだから。いいね、アンチすごくいい。すごいいい場所にいる。今試してみればいいじゃん。もしかしていい感じかもよ。時間経ったら治ってたってやつ。ブラックマーケット置いてあるんだといいね。弾取り放題や。今のうちに。ああ、ごめん、味方ローバーやったわ。味方ローバーだったからそれは取り放題だわ。敵のじゃなかったわ。てかパラブレックスローバーなんだね。さっき違ったよね。ニューキャッスルだったよね、ここ。ドリームファイアが戦ってんな。ドリームファイアとミング入れてどこだ。あ、パイオニアとフェイズだ。いやー、これパイオニア勝つんじゃないかな。ドリームファイアダウン。やらないか。まだ様子見か。グナスキーの位置がそこにいるからな。様子見てやりそうだけどな。
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? The exhibit goes down for Seer, and you always want to wait it out. You either want to get out of range of it or wait it out, right? And it's but when both are down, it's like, okay, are we both just going to fight and have that information? It seems like teams often, you know, will back themselves.
パイオニア勝ちです。パイオニア勝ちです。いやでもフナティックかこれ。恐怖来たぞフナティックの。フェイズダウン。フェイズダウンしたけどこれはパイオニアも負けるな。いや、生きるね。とりあえず生きるけど多分逃げた先にも敵いるからこれは無理だなパイオニア。時間の問題だわ。 ここはさすがに時間の問題だろ。
Gone for the rat play, absolutely. Other teams were looking for that. E6 coming down from thermal station. We're kind of thinking about it. We had Vex there as well. The Amia pigeons, the vultures, I guess. You know, just maybe having a look for some scraps.
いや、こんな感じの試合やってみたいよな。めっちゃやってみたくない？どうせカスタム開いてもさ、鬼強い人たちがさ、暴れるだけだからさ、できる限り均等なチームでやってみたいよね。
Pick rate about 40% down because that happens so often. If you've got just a couple there, they will take that Valk out of the sky every time.
Man, it hurts even more when it ends up being the Nemesis and you're within that range.
いや、間違いなく楽しいよ。
Which is the replicator right now. Gun makes you cry right now too. Is Fnatic just looking to take some more information of the teams in the area here before they also make their call to rotate from the south side here for this next circle.
Interesting, you know, kind of. I put phase on blast a little bit, right? But every now and then.
でも文句言われるかもよ。チームの実力設定するときにさ、まずプレデターとかのはそうなんですけど、S17 マスターとプレデターはカウントしないので、おいおいおいおいおい、俺はマスターだぞ、ティフ。マスターなのに、俺プレデターなのに、ティフ。お前マスター行ったことあるのか、プレデター行ったことあるのか、ディフディフ。あれそうだよな、そこで。S12 マスターと S17 マスター。あんたらダメね。
Okay, so Fnatic, they take that spot, but now they have to make a move. If we're looking who's in God spot right now, Vicky, it is actually Moist and TSM. Moist posted up in that building out the front of launch site, and TSM in the main building to the north of launch. So,
アンチまだ TSM 寄ってんな。
happy with this. E6 kind of a bit on the lower ground, but then with Fnatic here, we are trying to see how they're going to make their way into.
今シーズンのランクは強さじゃないよ。いかに自分たちのプライドを捨てて、プライドを捨てたか、もしくはいかに時間をかけたかだから。
Also thinking here, you talked about the positioning over at iTrade, that ring console right there allowing the teams that could get the scan to be able to maybe take a 50-50 rotational approach, of course, like we saw TSM waiting in that building.
海外の TSM のチームの一人、マイナステンポって人がいるんだけど、その人がなんか今シーズンのランクボロクソに叩いてたよ。もう日本人じゃありえないぐらい叩いてたよ。今シーズンのマスターは調子乗った今までのプラチナドンもしかいないみたいな。ニエズルってことはあれか ?LG かいや、大きな大会は揉めるよ、絶対。出場条件マスター以上っていう大会やった ILG で話した。頑張るお父さんが倒してるね。大きなカスタム大会が起きて S17 マスターはダイヤとしてカウントしますって。おいおいお前てか待って S17 マスターさ多分カウントしなくね。だってさダイヤで考えちゃダメだよ。今まで最高ランクシルバーの人がいけちゃうんだぜ。ダメだ S17 マスター多分カウントされねえよ。 S17 の最高ランクとして認めませんってなると思う。そうでもしないとあれやでマスター以上が集まるカスタム大会実際シルバーブロンズゴールドプラチナの集まりになっちゃうぞ。キモいって言ってたぞ今。おそらくキモいって言ってたぞあいつ。見てアンチ見て TSM 強い。TSM 強い。守りきれたら強いぞ TSM。こっち側発射場側守りきれたら強いぞ TSM。高順位高キルパあるぞ今回。ちょっとマギフューリア。ちょっと待ってフューリアマギ使ってなかった今。もうこいつらもうマジやばいよ。マギ ガチマギーこいつら怖い。本当に怖いこいつら。アセンドとノクテムが戦ってるけど、違う、ノクテムが違うところで戦ってて、アセンドと海ちゃんラブジだからフナティックか。じゃあパラブレックスか、どっちか戦ってんな。ね言ったでしょ、ダークオーサーってここは。何しでかすか分かんないよってここ。アセンドダウン。海ちゃんラブジのチームが倒したね。未だに覚えてないよ、日本なのに。F ちゃんが、これあれだな、F ちゃんだからパルボレックスと頑張るお父さんが戦って頑張るお父さんがダウンと。10部隊残り。いい感じに減ってるよ。今回の、これは減れば減るほど TSM 有利になるからね。いや、尖りすぎなんだよ、本当にここは。こんなに尖ってるとこはマジで見ない。
They're Valcolting. That's one team Valcolting. There's still 2 teams back there.
俺よく打とうとするよな。俺打てないわ。弾もったいねえから打たないになっちゃうもん俺。リートルダウン。TSM はキルログが動かないな。そろそろ TSM のキルログ動いていいと思うんだけどな。膝跡がヒューズなんだ。膝跡バンガーだと思ったな俺、勝手に。IGL だから。IGL っていうかね、このチームめちゃくちゃうまい IGL って実はいないんだよね、こいつらって。不思議なことなんだけど、こいつらそんなうまい IGL じゃないんだよ。けどフィジカルとかチーム力とかそういうのバケモンすぎてなんかいけちゃうみたいな。まあもちろんうまくはなってると思うけどね、IGL が。Oh fuck.
I didn't with my ult. You can smoke and rescue maybe. I don't have smoke. I cracked him, stick him. I'm going. I cracked you.
強い強い強い強い。あーでもこれはきついな。よりよってベックスにやられたぞ。俺の嫌いなベックスにやられたよ。MDY ホワイトモーターストラック。TSM あんまキル動かないな。アンチ見て。入ってるぞアンチ。あるぞ TSM これ。え、あるぞ TSM。ゴッドスポットって言ってるもん TSM。あるぞ。うまっ。何今のネメシス。うわ強っ。アンラッキーって人も強いんだ。タイラーって人が強いの知ってたんだけど。さあ TSM 傍観するぞ。シオリと戦ってる。いや、あ、これは TSM 勝つわ。これは勝ってるわ TSM。これ負けたらやばいぞ逆に TSM。超絶有利やんこんな。うん、勝った。大丈夫。あ、勝った。一人ダウンしてる。ダウンしてもいいよ。ここのダウンしてもいいから倒そう。ちゃんと勝てよ。ダウンしてもいいから。よし。え？うわ！あーでも別だった。あーマジか。
to game number 1 on World's Edge, our game 4 in the
なんてやってんの。俺と同じこと言ってる。えよりだって俺のキランシビア。ちなみにこのベックスゲーミングはヨーロッパのチームだから多分応援してる人が多いよ。なんでやってないの？多分端々だったんだろうな。ベックスのも端にいてフナティック最後パロボレックスかが比較的近くにいたんだろうな。 TSM のでも行くしかないってなったんだろうね。2位狙いで多分詰めたんだと思う。おそらくだけど。マジかー、 TSM あると思ったんだけどな。残り部隊3になってるの気づいたんだけど、さすがに詰めてこないと思ったっけ。詰めてきてたわ。読み外れちゃった。でもポイント悪くないよ TSM。あれ落ちちゃダメな戦闘だったね。結果論だけど落ちちゃダメな戦闘だったわ。さあゲーム4 TSM 13ポイント。まあまあ悪くない悪くない。6キル悪くない悪くない。全然悪くない全然悪くない。TSM 5位。フナティック1位だ。すごっ。フナティックにリドリーのすごくね。今回日韓勢が強いわ。頑張るお父さんもいるしパルボレックスもいる。ちょっと待って、北アメリカどうした？ LG とモイストと TSM しかいないぞ。オプティックが全然ダメだな。フェイザーもう何があった？もう一回見ようもう一回見よう。これベックスしてんね。やり合ってるでしょ。なんでやらなかったの？もう気づいたら詰めてたんだパルボレックスが。やってくれたなパルボレックス。やってくれたな。でしかもよりによって先に狙われたのが TSM っていうね。めちゃくちゃ運が悪いわ。うまいこと避けやがったパルボレックス。もしかしたら2ポイントプラスだったかもしれないのに TSM。パルボレックスがいい避けだったわ。詰められるって分かったから。あれも一つの戦略のうちの一つだよな。
had they realized that only two legends alive, as we talked about, not particularly defensive legends. Should have been an easy cleanup for someone. Are people scared? Are people playing, you know, a little too passive here at the start of this land?
It could be the nerve that have to get shaken off too. I mean, you're playing on a big stage.
フェイズどうしたのマジで。フェイズアップ、フェイズポッピングアウフ。フナティックウィン、フェイズアップ。ははは、フェイズ。TSM is top phase up guys. GG phase with after 4 games holy. やばいよこれ。4試合やってフェイズ0ポイントだよ。
Picking up a half decent amount of points, I guess. I think something also, you know, important to touch on, Vicky, is that
of course, we're in the group stage here, so it's not like it's a series of 6 and then, you know, someone loses or wins here. It's cumulative points across when you're playing all these other groups. At that point,
マジでわからない。なんでフェイズがこんな下なんだ。
to try and make it to that winners bracket, because of course that's where the top 20 teams are going up to the group stage.
オプティックゲーミングは上に行く選手でもあるんだけど、落ちる選手でもあるんだよ、本当に。ダメな時はマジでダメ。本当にダメ。強い時はマジで強い。でも俺フェイズは普通にぼちぼちの成績少なくとも上げると思ってたのに、なんなら暴れると思ったんだけど。みんな言ってるでしょ、フェイズがフェイズ、フェイズがフェイズがって。いやでもさ、やっぱエッジおもろいな。エッジの試合おもろいわ。ストーンポイントより全然おもろい。あれなんか始まったぞ。俺が充電取りに行ってる間に、あ、エーペックスのとこ行くか。誰？あ、何これ？何が起きてんのこれ？ポジティブプレイヤーアワード。読むの遅くてダメです、全然。充電、スマホの充電取りに行ってる間何が起きてんだよ、マジで。F ちゃん。ザ・ポジティブプレイヤーアワード。ごめん、あくびしたわ。あれ、USB ポートってもうないっけ？ね、これ。How many did Hiaka how in the split region of seasons? 予想ってこと？これスプリット2だから多分予想だな。知りません、これは。Today Match Day って書いてるから、わかんねえよ、こんなの。わかんねえよ。誰がヒアカっていうの？どこのチームの人だ？あれ、俺の USB ポートって2個しかなかったっけ？2個しかないなら充電できねえじゃん。モバイルバッテリー持ってこよう。そしたら、ああ、いいやってか、普通に充電しよう。一回34でって、どういうこと？誰か和訳頼む。ALGS トリビア。今日のじゃないの？次誰？全員！ちょっと待って、全員のキルの量が半端なかったぞ今。おいおいおい、ちょっと待って、見たか俺の超一押しの全員、キル数違ったぞ。桁が違ったぞ。さっきの人と桁が違いすぎたぞ。どれが正解だろうがさっきのやつより圧倒的にキルしてるじゃん。数字覚えてない。でも選択肢に100とかあるレベルだぞ。全員。やっぱ全員なんだよ。
Polarix coming in second there. Yeah, a couple of APAC North teams doing really well to start here, which honestly, we want to see. It's been a couple of lands now. I think that APAC North have fallen behind a little bit. If you look at their top finishes, it's actually trended down over time. So despite Fnatic, you know, putting in some solid work and continuing their good performances, it has slipped behind a little bit of by some of the other regions compared to, say, NA.
今回初段で進むのかな、火力で。
The training chamber that they have stuck themselves in out here because they are really coming through so far within this first group. Genome now taking a look at the drop slots. We had a lot of 50-50s go down.
Exactly. Last time it was in Tropic versus Starter fight over at Thermal, and we also saw that early fight with Optic. But this time,
かぶってんな。やるなこれ。
looks like they've got it all to themselves. That is an
始まったぞ。醜い争いが始まったぞ。
lost that early fight last time. Oh, either way, look, let's go down to in Tropic once again, going at it with Starter fight.
俺ウェイクのあんま好きじゃないんだよな。他もやってんぞ。ケースウィニーと E6 とどっかがやってんな。俺のわからないし。エルド6とラスト1人。54。
Yep, they're up against Noctum right now. So obviously the fight over Thermal Station taking a little bit longer to kick off.
Noctum だ。お前ら。
Get the Prowlers all to themselves, adding a little bit of PvP into the PvE.
さあここの醜い争いも終わったな。SF e スポーツの負け、エントロピックの勝ち。わかんねえんだよここ。漁夫来てるってことこれ。
300 damage to his name as well as 3 kills. So in Tropic, I believe that is 1-1 between those teams, which you like to see, because that means we get the contest again, most likely next.
なんで上行ったんだろう。違う、ハンマーポイント付きやでこれ。オーバーキルやってハンマーポイントが。生に対して 1.2 倍とかそんぐらいのダメージでしょ。でも下に対して 1.8 倍ぐらいのダメージ出すんじゃないの、ハンマーポイントついてたら。紫で落とせ。おっとおっと動揺してんじゃないの。青で落としたぞ。青で落とせってだけ本気で青で落としたからちょっと怖いわ。言霊やん俺の。俺の言った2秒後ぐらいにちゃんと打ったからさ、多分俺の言霊秒速とんでもないことになってるぞ。日本からロンドンだから秒速とんでもねえな。アンチ見て。TSM も移動してる。TSM フラグメントにも移動してる。いいよ。嫌いじゃないよ俺このアンチ。いいアンチしてんね。高速やったら余裕ありすぎやろ。地球7周した後にそこ行ってるぞ。ロンドン行ってるぞ俺の言霊。生きるやん俺の言霊も。もう俺こんぐらい早いから地球1周してからできちゃうんだよね。あ、ベックスゲーミング俺の嫌いなチームだ。ついさっき優勝したチームね、ベックスゲーミングは。やっちまえドーリンファイヤー。いいキャラコン。はい。いやこれさ、最後の決勝にさ、いやもう俺全部 NA でいいわ。さすがに無理か。 あ、カシエラがメルトステラ倒してる。メルトステラだからフナティックか格差入れたな。
They're safe. They're in this respawn beacon where, you know, occasionally this could be where the ring pulls. Perhaps they just won the fight for Godspot.
Sometimes it pulls here, and then sometimes it pulls a little bit right across the tracks from where they are, where we see some other squads try to hold out.
これさ、大会用のアカウント使ってるからさ、全部アカウントレベルが1なのおもろいよね。サブアカドの集まりかもよ、もしかしてこいつら。
or trying to call the hard pull when you do have that information in the previous circle. So I love this position for Dreamfire.
いや俺個人的にリドルめっちゃ応援してるわ。日本勢の中だったら。フナティック、パラボレックス、ノーセプションはなんだかんだ俺結構いい線いくと思うんだよ。やっぱり。で頑張れお父さんも前回あれ入ってるぐらいだし、決勝戦。あとリドル頑張ってほしい。まずさ、この調査タワーにさ、調査キャンプか、調査キャンプに4部隊いるのおかしくない？見た今。全部の家に1部隊だぞ。落としたし。
Unfortunately, has been removed already. These APAC North teams really have to get trying to get a little creative just to have all three members on the board.
And even if you got that Loba too, it's the Moby isn't in the crafter. Maybe you picked one up, but like good luck trying to get that player right back in survey. With so many other teams have already made their position, as well as E6 trying to join them too, trying to see if they could try to rotate through the tunnel. As we hear the crowd roar up at the name of E6, K-Swinny. Keeping his name on the board, 17 squads left. They've already secured 3 KP as a team here too. And I like the call-outs that we're seeing here with the pings from E6 while they get on top of the sniper tower, just trying to see whether they want to gatekeep the squad from behind them before trying to move forward where they could play by the edge. But that could be risky, because with this team behind them, they could get sandwiched and pinched if there's another team waiting for them on the other side.
Yeah, it's a very fair point.
ティスもここクリマタイズのところ。問題は第3。うわ死ぬぞめちゃくちゃこれ。めちゃくちゃ死ぬぞこれ。これオプティックゲーミングだわ。でもこれクラフトしてるね。クラフトアンチ耐久してるっていう風に見えるようじゃもうシーズン17に染まってるよ。シーズン17のだよ。でも俺好きなんだよね。でも本当に大会でもあんまり好きじゃない。ああ大会でも俺あんま好きじゃない。アンチがで耐久するの。なんか俺の中でアンチはもう触れちゃいけないまである。そういう感じなんだよ俺の中で。超異次元ルールでさ、超理不尽異次元ルールでリングに当たった瞬間即死でやってるの面白そうじゃない？汚れちまった悲しみに中原中也。汚れちまった悲しみに今日も小雪の降り積もり。汚れちまった悲しみにってやつ。ここ取れるね。とりあえずここいけるね。ひとまずね。どういうか置いといてひとまずここは空いてるね。あーでもこいつらいるか。ここ強いんじゃない？この高台の。この高台強そう。飛んだね、それで。飛んで。ああ、強い。TSM はい。とりあえず余裕でいけるわ。違うよ。たまたま頭に残ってるだけだよ。すごい印象に残ってるやつだったから覚えてた。それ以外覚えてる人で、よう、俺はカマキリだぜってやつだ。戦闘してるじゃん。パイオニアだ。全員視点見たいのに俺。これでも負けるくね？パイオニア。 ダメージレース負けてるぞ、パイオニア。全員ダウン。いや、でも11交換だ、今。11交換してるけど、起こしてんな。アクション起こさないと、パイオニアは。あー、きついな、これは。外すぎた。あー。これは無理だな。暴れてほしい。すごく暴れてほしい。後で見よう。後で見てほしい。俺がなんでこんなに全員を押してるのか。
Crowd getting excited. 16 squads left as KCP meets themselves back in the lobby currently. See the Loba Black Market out in the distance as we actually see a fight happening on the other side of Epi. You were talking about the rotation approach with TSM there as Optic Gaming also taking their time to rotate.
Yeah, going up against Ascend here.
Alright, we're gonna jump into a listening with Optic Gaming after they lost out on Nox.
オプティックもなんか無理だな。フィーリアとフェイズもやってんな。誰だこの声。スキットルか。
Let's go, boys. Fucking go, boys. That's all game. 6 points already. Yes, sir. I don't know what speaking over on me. Understood.
いやー、なんかあれ？オプティックってこんなチームじゃないんだけどな。
Alright, well, Optic just getting forced off the hill there. You can hear them, you know, pretty much just
マジで動揺を隠せないわ。オプティックリドルじゃん、しかも戦ってたの。こんなに良くないよ、オプティック。なんかうまくいってねえな、本当に。うまくいかないにも程がある。まあそれ言ったらフェイズもそうなんだけどね。さっきのイエスサー書き方だ。あれはもうでも諦めてるイエスサーだったよな、多分。だいぶ今空気悪いと思うよ。俺、あそこ。切れ散らかす人ではないはずなんだけど、チームメンツ的に。春みたいなね。だからこそ空気を悪そうじゃない。春はさ、切れてる中にもさ、パッションがあるからさ、いや次こそってなるけど、本当になんか一番 TS、俺が一番嫌いな空気だった今の。一番やりたくない空気だわ。あ、もうこれなんだ、下行こう、イエスーってやつ。皮肉混じりな感じだね。実際どうかわかんないけど。それだったら怒鳴られたいわ、ハルに。What are you doing? リドル強くない？リドルとこれ、アセンドが戦ったのか。で、オプティックゲーミングの生き残りスキットルが暴れてるぞ、今。復讐してるスキットルが。見て、フェイズまず0ポイントなんだけど。わかんない、今回大会。まだスクリームみたいな感じだけど、スクリームの延長戦みたいな感じだけど、わかんねえ。
Look like my own set of ranked games out here. Skittlecake's now rotating as a solo from Optic Gaming. Staying alive is the name of the game for Skittlecake. As he's going to be able to wrap around though, he's got to look to his back. Squads that are also trying to rotate and play by the edge of the circle. Very scary situation to play ring around the Rosion with these rocks here on the side of Serve and Riddle Order have a nice position as well.
フェイズ、ようやく1ポイント取ったぞ。スナイプなんかルーズが倒したから。ようやく1ポイントだよ。TSM 4位。同率4位だ、もう一度と。俺、金キャニのランクでもさ、こっち側あんまいかないから、俺こっち側の地形正直よくわかんないさ。ここまではギリわかるんだけど、ここの地形マジでわかんないよ。あんまならないよね、あそこの最初アンチ。LG ダウン。オプティゲームダウン。あ、フェイズ2ポイント目だ。で、さらにフェイズ多分12ポイントも入ったぞ、これで。1ポイント入ってる。やばい !TSM やばい いや、大丈夫だ、大丈夫、大丈夫。ナイス。返したけど、返したけど、返したけど別車線が。早く起こさないと、早く起こさないと。あー、無理だ。わかんないぞ。別車線が痛い。いやー、惜しい。フナティック TSM 狙っちゃダメよ、あそこ。いや、てか今の今の春切れてます。やっぱり春切れてます。あれやっぱ春切れてるわ。さっきTSM にとってた舞台死んでるもん。なんでお前らとつってんだ、脳が死んでるぞって言ってるぞ今。ちょっと怪しいなと思ったけど、ちゃんと死んでたもん。TSM にとつった舞台。これ春怒るぞ。
3x Nemesis from this spot, fantastic. You want a mid-range poke gun from this exact position. You can do so much damage with it. That said, only a couple of clips left in it, so needs to make them count. Does Tappy.
Oh, charge rifle. He that sweet.
場所はいいんだけど、アンチどう入る？リドル。ユキヨー。入れる？だいぶ辛いんじゃない？ユキオダウン。頑張れフェイズ。フェイズ頑張れ。この試合俺フェイズ応援するぞ。ここまで来たら。フェイズもう全員倒してやる。全員倒せ。スナイプ全員倒せ。めっちゃダメージ入ってるね、テルビットの。ドリームファイアとフューリアが戦ってるわ。あ、これドリームファイア勝つぞ。フューリア2枚落ちしてる。フューリア死んだ。フューリア、リドルも死んだ。これスナイプあるぞ。スナイプってか、フェイズ、いい位置にいるぞ。フェイズいい位置にいるぞ、これ。頑張れ、頑張れ。この時点でポイント稼がんと。頑張れ、おとさん。ノンノンのお父さん。おとうさん。おとさんじゃない。おとうさん。ここしっかり覚えて。さっきの春って言ったのと同じだからね。インペリアル春ってつけないと。お父さんじゃない。お父さん。これ大事だよ。いや、鳥で強えな。
And they knew the importance of holding this spot here too. Not only did they get it within that first circle, getting that information, they rotated from countdown to hold this spot. They fought for it here too. They were able to bunker down with the caustic, and that's super important in clearing up that space.
ドリームファイアの位置が強いな。ドリームファイアの位置が強いね、シンプルに。フェイズがどう動くかによってだな。あとここの E6 が今バルキリードで飛んだから、あいつらもどうなるか。多分ドリームファイアのポジションを奪うはずだから、こっち側ね、この端側奪うはず。いや、真下に降りてきたな。マジか。待って、フェイズ入ってんのそこ。フェイズ入ってんじゃん。これ強いわ、フェイズ。ドリームファイアよりフェイズの方が強いわ、これ。ただスナイプ落とされて。やばいやばいやばいやばいやばい。ゾーンで死んだぞ今。マジか。E6 が無理やり取りに来たね、ここ。E6 暴れてます。 これはドリームファイヤーかな。サクって人ドリームファイヤー違う、パルボレックスか。
And Dreamfire knew Pulverex was there from the very beginning. That was also another team that predicted where the circle was going to be moving, but slightly late, so forced to wait inside of the train track tunnel here. Dreamfire taking the shots with the
パルボックスダウン。ドリームファイヤーの勝ちです、これは。
as Pulverex get taken out.
3v3, the Bayo goes down, lobs that as far as he possibly can. 3MZ, they've set this up the whole game. Can Dreamfire finish it off?
Okay, so when he take it to the skies, with the gravity lift here, he's literally won, but
はい。
Dreamfire with the nemesis.
勝ちです、ドリームファイヤー。
MZ0 coming through. These final two squads fight for the life, but Dreamfire has the advantage. They have the nuts, they have the position.
おいおいおい。人気すごいな、ドリームファイヤー。意外とチャイニーズが多いんだね。これマスコットね、俺が言ってたロイって人。おっぱいがおっぱいがおお。運動不足ですね。ロイ運動不足ですね。今日はいいでしょロイ。いやでも K スイーニ見てほしいな。俺は一番 K スイーニが可愛いから。殿堂入りは春だけどね。
I mean, Sierra wasn't out that back there, but let's ignore that, right? With that kind of composition for the longest time.
おっぱい。そうだわ。オスの。強調がすごかったもんね。
And we got so much more Apex still, Gino. This is actually insane. I can't wait to see more of this. And we still have that one last game on World's Edge to see how this all plays out.
Dreamfire was just like a viper in that match, right? Yeah. Every time someone came within striking distance, right? It was just like bang.
なんて書いてんだろう、中国語で。
They got a player down from Pulverex. They took out Furia on their right side. Just every single time they needed to clear out that space, they could. They did it decisively. There was no question about it.
What was extra funny too is that even with the
食い込んでた。すごかったよな、マジで。ボーン、ボイーンって感じだったよ。
In the hands of Dreamfire out here too. Rory, we can see him again. These triple take shots, absolutely insane. But it's not only this position; it's about having the high ground here for this circle that is so important for circles like.
いや、E6 があそこに降りてくると思わなかったんだな、俺。E6 ドリームファイのポジション奪おうと思ったんだけどな。ボインやめて。思春期の男子中学生じゃん。母音と子音で笑うやつでしょ。
See them pushing E36. They want to reset right now. They want to chill, but they can't because there's a bang ult on top of their heads.
And to fight for this position,
中学生男子あるあるでしょ。俺の同級生一人やばいやついるけど、ずっと笑ってた。母音と子音で。で先生も女の40ぐらいのおばさん先生でやたら強調してみんな笑うっていう。ハンマー取ってんじゃん。でも見て、エレメント6にすごっ。キルめっちゃ取ってるからドリームファイトのポイント変わんないですよ。これがおもろいんだよな。キル取ってれば1位取らなくてもいいからね。だからフューリアは前強かったの。こいつは前むちゃくちゃキル取ってたから1位じゃなくてもフューリアがもうポイント的には1位みたいな。 TSM0 キルか。 あとパンいいね。たくさんあるな。
KCP in 17th, started fighting 19th Vex, are winners of a previous game now, losing out on 18th. Complexity up there, even though they held that position, even though they land between Servant Camp and Epicenter, were unable to hold that northern spot. It looks like they were getting bullied by Furia at some points there too, when Furia took control of the train tracks. A lot of
それは難しいよね。
that are rotating on the outside.
一生かけてもできない気がするわ。
High ground, slight high ground to north side position that leads you over
おっ
there.
ぱい。
We see the energy, man. It's so difficult.
ああ、うまく PC で隠れてたぞ。T スマ8位か。フナティック1位だ。フナティックリアル。パロボレックス。頑張れお父さん。すごっ。え、日本強くね？
That said, I need to go back and do the maths. I believe it was somewhere around 100 points that you kind of want, generally speaking, to get into that winners bracket. So, you know, with
さらにここにノーセプションもいるからね。
for LG Shivers, that does mean they are, you know, perhaps about halfway, even though they've only played
日本強いな。ただ言うてね、今回圧倒的ではないんだよね、ポイント。差がすごい多いわけじゃない。全然ポンポンポンポン飛んでくるよ、TSM これだったら。フナティック越すのちょっと厳しいかもしれないけど、ここら辺までなら全然いけるわ。あとはこいつらが落ちれば。フーって言ってるやん。俺も知らないこの人。で、俺この2人知らない。誰
？So far, so good. The matches have been exciting. Now we got a chance to see a few teams win.
かわいい。
Who do you want to see have some success today?
I am rooting for Alliance and the Pioneers. 100% Pioneers.
アンブッシュ。
Pioneers have been popping off. You got a chance to see them playing those earlier matches. How did you feel about that?
That was amazing though. The fact that they kind of had a
かわいい。
comeback after having the first game, that they got their kills. And then we had the unfortunate crash, and then they came back though with like a 5 kill when we got. That was amazing.
They are so consistent.
かわいい右の人。
Now we are in Copper Box Arena here in London, and you know the crowd has been electric. The matches have been great. What's been your favorite thing about London so far?
Oh, this is one of my favorite cities. I've been here about 4 times already, so I kind of just love the city in general and being able to walk everywhere and just, I don't know, it's a beautiful city.
鼻たっけえな、マジで。
You missed a great weekend. But Ambush, any shout outs you want to give out there to the fans?
今のでファン、ハードグサグサグサってなった。
Oh my god, honestly.
今のアングルはね、狙ったよな、完全に。
I can't say it, but kick butt and have a really good time.
確かこの人たち、配信してる人なんだよな。
I'm just really excited to root for my friends.
ここのキャスターにいる人たち、確かそうだった気がする。ビッキーだ。
Thank you guys so much. Love seeing familiar faces out in the crowd. Also love seeing our arena being filled up by our beautiful fans who've been bringing all the energy out here. Love it when we get to see some unfortunate things go on in the
この左のそのビッキーというその実況マジで好きなんだよね。すごい熱い実況してくれる。さ、今回さ、面白いんだけどさ、なんか1位がさ、なんか分かりきった1位が多いよね。ああ、これはここ1位になるなみたいな。エッジの4試合目か、4試合目以外全然なんかどこも、ああ、これはここ勝つなってすぐ分かるから。もっとゴタゴタしたら面白そう。アンチとかね。アンチ取りがうまいわ、勝つチームは。うわ、ラストか。ラストか。早くない？気づいたらラストやん。俺まだまだ見れるわ。でも風呂入んないと。
Triple assault compositions, our caustic throwback,
I'm loving a lot of what we're seeing out of these teams.
Can't just say Cossack throwback just casually like that. You know it's me, all right? I'm right next to you now. You have to get used to this because when it comes to the Cossack, I get why
めっちゃエピやりてえ。めっちゃエピやりたい。むっちゃくちゃエピやりてえ。でも俺多分この4日間ずっと大会見るわ。なんならあれでグループ A、B の試合も見るよ。俺ワンチャン。多分2時半とかそこのぐらいまでやるでしょ、3時とか。明日8時起きだからまあ見れるな。さすがに第3グループの TSM のグループは見れないけど、だってあれ2時半スタートでしょ、予定では。予定では2時半スタートで絶対見れねえよ。しかもこれ最初のリマッチたくさんあったから時間押してるし。
Absolutely not. I wasn't even trying actually. I just feel like that was the impression I get from his personality.
時間押してるけど選手の休憩は絶対必要だから。
Exactly. He's just trying to make sure that everybody's in touch out here. All the younger legends that he feels like he's got to take in charge of. But we haven't seen any of that here in these lobbies. Instead,
モンスーン太った？
between the compositions that we're witnessing in Stormpoint into World's Edge, but there's one factor that has not deterred, and that's going to be Seer and Horizon. And
そのダメです。やめた方がいいそれは。
He had tweeted about it earlier that he can't wait to see some more Bangalore action, and you're definitely getting what you asked for out here.
It's honestly nuts that he has been playing Bangalore for that long.
これケースウィニこいつ。
I just was like almost no changes or almost no changes to Bang for the longest time. But then I love that there's still those things hidden in the game.
かわいいっしょ、ケースウィニエレメント6の人。一番かわいい。俺の中で。ロイより全然かわいい。
Right? They've done it before, and maybe they'll do it again here, just breaking the mold.
It's always about being trendsetters too, you know? I mean, we saw
圧倒的優勝じゃん。ケースウィニー。
first ones to really put Seer on the map, and then a lot of other teams started seeing the importance of having all that information.
いや、そう。
The changes still just as important. And then
あとね、ファンサービスもいいよ。
when I think about like just comps coming out of left field, always coming through, and then we talked about it earlier, but C-Line cooking with the fuse and the Mad Maggie that we're witnessing on World.
これさ、思うんだけどさ、
It's almost like they took Seer.
誰かがさ、ALGS まとめた動画ってあるじゃん。それって今俺見ていいよね。こうやって俺がこれをできるってことはさ、それも見ていいってことだよね、言ってしまえば。その人に権利が移るわけじゃないから。全員がすごいっていう理由を俺ちょっと見せるよ。
Just slow right there on the other side, just crying in the corner. You get to see some more fans in the arena, but I mean like the silence that we see too from some changes here, and he's got to rep the gen.
大丈夫だよね、やっても。
Okay, I see you see some of the drip out here in the crowd as we get set up.
どれだっけな。全員だから。
You're a Duck Zero fan, you'll be getting some of that as we see. The eyes of a killer there, Roy, the man who just put that team.
可愛いな、ロイも可愛いな。フナティックだって、日本人じゃないこの人たち。
From him, but yeah, I mean that's the
board room が来てるし。
The audience of the crowd at home is aware of the changes that we've made for this split 2 playoffs, Vicky. But every match is now on the main stage. So you're here in the audience. You've got that favorite team. You're going to see them every single time.
誰？
The crowd getting excited, going wild.
誰だ？わかんない。
Get some more familiar faces getting set up, and I love how you highlighted that. That was the one thing that I noted that was my favorite, seeing every group being able to perform on this big stage, which means, if you feel comfy in the backstage over there, for Stream B or in the other corner where you could be playing, well, sorry, you can't find that comfort anymore. You gotta feel the lights beaming down on you and the crowd roaring your name, because this is where the action happens. This is where the pressure is really felt by these teams. Yeah, I mean, I'm game for it. Yeah, I'm game for it. Man, do you know, we are out
A little bit of back and forth here. Swing.
Nerding out a little bit, showing him. I had to also show Genome some clips. You already know how that works too. Just letting him know, all right, I'm set up.
俺が全員を押す理由、これに詰まってるから。見て。いくよ。
They've circled, but they've just got to be careful of what's coming in from behind them because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity. As Zane shreds, and suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor. Oh my goodness, what are you doing to him, Zane? He finds two and the one clips. He's going to make it. Zane, you are a maniac. To turn this into a 2v2 situation. 36 are going to be in the vicinity and they are not going to allow XX to get away. Zane is still alive, still shredding as he gets into the top 5. Zane is insane! What did you have? Right now, it's the very Apex sign. Big shout out
これ
for making it across
今2つのシーンあったじゃん。あれ同じ試合で。あれ同じ試合だから。俺が全員押す理由わかるでしょ。バケモンなんだよマジで。
And we got to hear the live reaction at the end of Split 2 being like, oh my god, finally made it to land, the promised land where everyone wants to be on if you're an Apex competitor.
Such amazing stories to see with these crowds. Again, just getting set up here as we pan through the rest of the crowd.
Alliance はまだわかんないか。
Shots of very Apex. MD White right below them here too. Just looking at everybody that have made their way. There's a Toad down there too. You know, it's also seeing some very interesting sides, but I'm all for it. Show me some more things out here. I saw some possible.
これ K3 さっきの可愛いおっちゃん。
The knockdown shield's gonna go down to try and keep K-Swinny alive in all of this madness. Circle's closing. This is where utility is absolutely crucial. Stick it, you've got the gold as well. Get it! This should work out. E6, they are healthy. There are 2. You may only need a 2 in this final circle.
Exo Clan eliminated. We're down to just 5 squads. And 2 bullets with a Kraber, it can do so much, but Peekaboo! Oh! Swing! No scope with a Kraber, Alfie's gonna go in and try and finish
このラスト1人の倒し方見て。よーく見てね。
Swinny gonna be swapped, gets the shield swap, gets the KP, needs to stay alive, Melee does it!
ガサードン。
Fall off for them on World's Edge, so who knows, maybe there's a comeback in it for them.
They go in and try and finish off the damage as well, and E6 live for now.
Is Swinny gonna be swapped? Gets the shield swap, gets the KP, needs to
これ殴って倒すかっこよくね。で最後見てこれ。かっこいいのよ。
Luminosity, who somehow found a corner to play, are still involved in this final fight as well. But Swinny, my word, what a play that was. Exit, gone, and maybe now the door is open for Alliance, the European powerhouse, to come in and clean up.
It's not so easy though, smokes are down, and they get an Alliance from top of the wheel.
かっこいいなマジで。
So by the looks of it, I mean, sorry, yes, we are. We're 100% we're going to see it down thermal. I was looking elsewhere, but what the punch, knuckle cluster, come on, using everything in.
気づいたらもう終わってるし SF。正直ここはもういいわ。ここはもういいわ。
Very quickly there. That said, up on the north side of the map.
エントロピーク。エントロピーク。
Western side of Skyhook, so they didn't land directly in trials. Not sure.
あ、それは見たことあるんだ。
Messed up their flight pathing, and that's why they didn't want to take that. You know.
でそうここはどうせ戦うし衝動争いだからどうでもいい。
It's kind of weird not to do that after winning the previous one.
そうキャオじゃないよこの人。めちゃくちゃうまいよ。キーマウだからね。この人も実タイムなかなかやばかった気がする。
they could work with for K-Swinny, but was going to highlight seeing these 50-50s. You usually see the fuse coming out because that knuckle cluster could help out so much in these early fights if you don't have a weapon like we saw previously with Entropic.
Yeah, it's always a fun contest. That one down at thermal. Do you take high ground? Do you take the?
俺そんななんかあった？もうただ俺知ってること言ってるだけだよ。
As you can see, E36. I think that was Matafe actually just taking a few shots. And there we go, we get a look at the ring, very much on Lava Siphon there. Don't believe it will pull to Harvester. I'd say that's North Lava Siphon.
You know, probably about 90% I'm given the probabilities of that one. And you can see that
マジでさ、さっきの全員やばいよな。
with the best loot in the game, get the best circle in the game for them. They get the ring console. They get
あれを1試合でやんだぜ。
What more could you want?
ただ残念ながらうまくめちゃくちゃ暴れてるわけじゃないんだよ今回全員。頑張ってほしいな。これ TSM に勝てって言ってるアンチじゃない？
from Skyhook, trying to get the counter rotate from Vex in case they are taking their sweet time and looting more of these buildings on the east side of Skyhook. But looking at all the other squads and looking at where they're positioned,
TSM に勝てって言ってるぞこれ。
I'm looking at Complexity, who's going to have to start making the rotation from Servant Camp. They could try to circle keep through Monuments, since these squads have already rotated out of there. Thinking about MD White, who's with the quick rotate already. Now they can try to contest and beat Vex to that area, so that way they can fight these squads that want to rotate from the east side into that next circle, instead of rotating around through Harvester, where they could get circle kept from a low ground if there happens to be a squad that wants to hold that area.
Yeah, lots to think about there, and definitely teams already setting up in Lava Siphon, as well as a bit of a cluster.
TSM のね、ムーブが今、昔はアンチ端ムーブだったんだけど、最近はアンチの中に入るムーブになってるんだよね、TSM って。まあキャラ構成もあると思うんだけど、だから今強いと思う。
Now maybe you're worried about Ascend or you know, some other teams stopping them while they're trying to move.
ちょっと変にとつられなければ。
Also Fnatic there too, trying to maintain that
めっちゃ隠ついてんな。
I mean, if they could clean up these two squads, it would be a really good position for them, especially if they have access to a black market.
俺が悪いのかこれ。
Staggering out here with the frames, but it's okay. They're playing up that low ground.
めっちゃ隠ついてんな。俺が悪いのか。
The other side now. Trying to play off of that lip by the fence line. It's going to be KCP taking that fight after rotating through staging from their POI of Lava Fisher and Mirage Trois.
Yeah, it feels like this has really caught them off.
あ、ラグって言ってるから大丈夫だ。俺じゃないわ。
Pretty much eliminated them at this point. They get up the top, but I think it's only a matter of time once Zane can pop that gravity lift again. I would say it's kind of done for them.
それもそうやな。ラグいな。
Helping them out, at least try to go for reset here. KCP playing off the low ground, looking like they're in the Matrix, honestly. The way that they're trying to navigate through this. Nasky literally won.
ストレスフルな試合やな。
Preventing Entropic from resetting. Thorfinn is trying to run for his life, but how does he get there if he doesn't have access to the balloon? His only route, which was right in front of KCP, now has been cut off. And Hayako with the suppressed fire on the 30-30 has been able to find those shots.
I mean, Nasky almost went down twice. A couple of questionable Charles here from KCP. I guess they're hoping. Oh. Okay, so Thorfinn's dropped here, and now just Yaka up the top, looking out for him.
やばくね？ちょっと待って。普通にやばくね？
I would have expected that to go KCP's way a little bit further. I think honestly just full centered at that point, right?
ああ、やっぱりラグって言ってるから俺じゃないね。
Lose someone, you've got a respawn beacon nearby that you can make work. But yeah, with
これ
element
大丈夫？
also being eliminated, we've got most teams
最悪試合が止まらなければいいけど俺は。
now with just a few, as we mentioned, out in Geyser, and then a couple other teams like
おーいって今あったね。
Vex, we've got
あ、止まった。
Furia, as well as Noctum still hanging around in Skyhook.
Alright guys, just so you guys know, I know it's been staggering a little bit, but this is not affecting the players right now. It's what we're currently seeing. We're getting it sorted, but the game is still going on currently right now. Genome and I do have the information of the map, just to let you guys know what's happening here.
多分今復旧作業してんな今。
Like you mentioned earlier, Genome, and there is still those three squads
カメラの復旧作業中だと思う。
together by Geyser. Nobody wanting to take more of that aggressive approaches. We now move back in. It's Entropic. I believe right before we moved out, I believe we did see E6 struggle trying to come back. So they are out of this lobby. E6 and Certified, the first squad we saw earlier, two teams that are out of this final lobby.
いや、というよりかはなんて言うんだろう。試合のなんて言うんだろう。コントロールセンターっていうかさ。このカメラをいじってるやつが学生いてるだけだったと思う。
right now, so they might just have to get out of there with the loot that they do have. A couple of syringes still in the bag, but you can see Hyaka there.
がっつりアンチがいくな。クラストすんのか？
Oh, he does have 115 materials though. Okay, so good. Time to replicate here. Might have to pop those syringes first just to be safe. And then we'll see a lot of med kits coming down, I am sure.
That's a smart option. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the banner, and they won't be able to get the respawn. There is no support character right here, too, for Entropic to work with. But this is something that Haruka's used to.
Oh, come on.
Go down, but it's fine. They're going to get the res. He's got 55 materials, but that's why they're here in the first place, right? He didn't have any more syringes, so they desperately needed to get these med kits up for the
Yes, if anyone's wondering, like, why did he...
何このフューズのスキン。夏のやつか。この前のやつか。何の完成だよ。
Yeah, look, it's going to be a long way back into the zone from them. The circle has shifted to the north of Siphon, like we were expecting, but I think there's still some question whether it will be sort of directly on top of like within the Siphon POI or across that valley to the north, budget Siphon.
Which would be so chaotic too, because then you have to think about the squads that had tried to avoid Harvester to get to the south side of Lava Siphon, who are going to have to now deal with the squads that are going to be rotating from the Harvester side through that little area.
ここも結構集まってんな。フューリア、COL、フリーシーだから、覚えられないフリーシーのところが。韓国の人たちのはず。韓国、中国あたりの人なんです。アセンドが9点しか取ってないのか。
ring here, but they chose not to, and was that a we're going to try and gatekeep, which isn't their usual
もう一層 e スポーツだ確か。
departure from that, or was it they didn't think they could get in there quick enough. Maybe they don't think there's enough playable spots within Lava Siphon, with the distance they are away. Either way, does seem to be a bit different from what we usually see from the Australian
多分先に入りたいはずなのに入りたいはずなのに行けてないもんね。ワットソングだし先に行きたいはずだと思うんだけど。
overlooking a lot of the teams in Lava Siphon, but then with the circle pulling away from there, if they have that information, which they can, they can see that if they does pull away, they're going to be out in the open on that hilltop in the line of sight of 4 other squads that have already taken control.
あれだね、みんなスパレジ持ってるのがいいね。いろんなキャラクターがスパレジで解禁されてるから。
Now we have a look at Ascend here, who are pulling up. So the choke just to the left there, that's where Moist essentially were having to make that decision that we've just been discussing, and that will make them the most northern team in the game right now with the 18 squads left alive. It's been a pretty chill one, actually, to start off here, Vicky. Most squads kind of just finding a home, but of course, you know what that means. It's going to be bedlam. It's going to be chaos at the end of this one.
And that's my middle name when it comes to
マジで何も起きないな。ラウンド2本当に。俺毎回いつもここら辺でスマホをガンガンいじってるもん。ガンガンスマホいじってるよここら辺。今はいじってないけど。
to fight you for that next circle once it rotates out, which is actually something that knocked them. If you saw that side by side, they were holding that choke point on the other side of where you currently see Ascend, over to the left side too. So let's see how the Ascend plays this, maybe expecting a squad to try to slow rotate.
そう、手元寂しくなるよねやっぱり。ラウンド3くらい。アンチによってはラウンド2でも戦闘したりするときあるけど、このアンチはいろんなところでこもれるから。だってここだけでさ、ここでワンパーティー、ここでワンパーティー、ここでワンパーティー、ここでワンパーティー、ここでワンパーティーっていう。これだけでこの少ないエリアだけで5パーティーぐらいいるんだから。なんならここにもいるよ。その気になればここにいることもできるよ。この橋の下、もしくは橋の上。橋の下かな、いるとしたらここ。本当にアンチによるよね。人のアンチの部隊の数は。
It's like literally living off the land in that tiny little building over to the north side of the lava siphon area, but then you're also in the line of sight of the squads that could take roof, where you actually see Furia in. You can see Panders taking shots of descent from the
さっきのドリームファイヤー勝ったアンチとかだったら遮蔽物が全然ないところが多いからどうしても人は死んじゃう。
Exactly. So you got to worry about all these different angles, but they have pretty much the best composition to deal with that. Newcastle, Watson, Sia, of course, chuck him in there always, pretty much. It would be great to see some of the overall legend picks at the end of this, but certainly as that.
いや、コマ線が動いてくんないとな。この間によく俺 TS 見たりするんだけどさ、前開いたらこうなるで、今ちょうどコマ線動かんっていうやつもあったし。リドル。チンチン。あ、フィリア。どうか。マップ見てみるか、そしたら。終わってんだマジで。マップ見れないの終わってるって。マップくらいは見れるでしょうぜ。せめて。
In this rotation, he knew that there was already so many teams as the Nemesis tries to blast through to the Seer, it's Furia, who have been in these two different buildings, just trying to hold these two.
あ、でも戦闘来てる。頑張れお父さんと。もう一度か。あ、もう一度終わった。ドグマの3立てや。
See you later, Moist. By the way.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, they posted up.
That arc star.
They posted up in the bridge here. That's you can see right ahead of you, and yeah, it wasn't the best choice.
It was like a shish kebab, like a moist shish kebab. Yeah. Kind of sounds disgusting, doesn't it? I don't know if I want to eat that, but.
I don't think so.
Fury wants to feast, though. I mean, shooting it to the cat wall. It may not be the rampart with the shield. It just been.
いや、集まってきたな、ここに。それはまずいんじゃない？
But there is a gold Evo shield right at his feet there, so the reset could come quick with those shield cells.
ん？フィーレ今度ブラハバンがカタリスト。まるで視野環境に逆張りしてるかのようなピックやな。ブラハ。フナティックの場所がきつい。じゃあリドルだこれ。左がフナティックか。で、フナティックが死んで、リドルも位置的に結構きつい。COL 詰めるけど詰めきれないんじゃないそれは。フェイズ。お今、ウォッチパーティーだったね。ナイスウィックの。頑張るお父さんがワンタッピーダウンさせてんな。で、エントロピックがダウン。あー、これはきついんじゃないリドル。これはもう時間の問題だな。
It was all middle order at the start of this series, honestly, but it feels like, even though, look, they're still in third spot, so they go out with 47 points. You know, I think they'll be happy with the series overall, but it might be.
フィーリアもそろそろ暴れていいよ。NA ズ暴れていいよ、最後の試合。俺が許す。あ、ベックスとダウンしてる。うわ、ここでフィーリアが逆行くぞ。やれ。俺はこんなだったらフィーリアが一番好きだから。
Thank you for that, but the Horizon Gravity is going to at least try to block that doorway, forcing his Watson to go on the other side of the doorway. Sees that the gold knockdown shield is right there, but he's holding onto the doors while the rest of his teammates take different off angles. Zero Tricky is going to try to.
これはまあフィーリア勝つでしょ。
Panders cannot reset here. They know that he's playing off the back of the
おー、うまい。 しっかりうまかったね、今の。
We got 11 squads left, and it is so split up in this next circle. It's actually insane because there's a good amount of open ground that would expose these teams if they try to overcommit around these corners or the natural cover that these buildings have provide for some of these teams.
ただアンチが厳しいんじゃないこれ。画面切り替わっちゃった。あー、フィーリアボコボコにされてるわ、ここ。ボコボコにされてるわ、フィーリア。さあ、ここにパイオニア。あとはそんな、ここに OG がいんな。オプティックゲーミング。フィーリアラスト1人、リゾート。これはフィーリア厳しいんじゃない？ここで、パルボレックスか。フィーリアダウン。
below that could have a good finish to this. We've got Lobers everywhere, by the way, compounding issues in this final circle and phase.
やだな、オプティックもグレネードがたくさんありすぎるわ。
Harvester was getting called out by KCP, but now KCP is stuck on the other side. Optic Gaming, by the way, Flow actually flying up all the way.
でもさ、ジム環境俺結構好きって言ってるけどさ、いろんな構成見れるの面白いね。今回だったら、何今の詰め方入居するの？落とそうとしたのか。
Does manage to get the reset. All right, this is prime position here. Need to be watching these teams.
ここフェイズ LG か。今の入居する怖すぎでしょ。俺あれやられたら泣き叫ぶわ。MDY ホワイトダウン。TSM が全く動かないな。ちょっと待って、TSM アンチまずいんじゃねこれ。LG アンチ強いぞまた。これまた LG 勝つぞ。また LG あるぞ。多分これが TSM なんだよ。この漫画が TSM なんだよ。おそらく。あ、パイオニアダウン。そこにいるのはパルボレックスか。いや、TSM 入れるぞこれアンチ。こっち側でたくさんやってるから TSM アンチ入れるわ。うまいうまい、モンスーうまい、モンスーうまい、モンスーうまい。ねえ言ったでしょモンスーうまいって。でパルボレそこで LG がなんでそこにいんの？ LG がそこになったんだ。 TSM 名前が上がらないんだけど。やべやべやべ TSM。いや勝てるんだけどフェーズの位置が怖いんだよな。だとここの焦るのが一旦下がるべきだね。これはダウンしてんのかベルハースが。一旦落とすけどここでクリプトまずい。焦るのが多分 TSM 詰めるぞ。LG がフェーズによってダウン。いや TSM なんとか生きてんなこれ。やめてスナイプやめようスナイプ。よくない。そこ TSM あなたの元々のチームよくない。パルボレックスがアセンド倒してんな。訪れがすごいんだけど、もうどこのチームやってんだよ。ベルハウスを3キルか。ベルハウス2キルだ。TSM 移して TSM 移して。これフェイズの勝ちだ。これフェイズの勝ちだ。かっこよスナイプかっこよ。またあれだね、分かりきった試合やったね。またものすごく分かりきった試合だったわ。これはフェイズだなっていう。14キル？フェイズが14キルしてたらフェイズが14キルしてたら順位めっちゃ上がるぞ。South relative to where it was starting off, and yeah, they really played that well, especially their timing of taking out LG. That was critical. まあ14位か。違う、14キルどこだ？フェイズじゃない。パルボレックスだ。 はい、最終結果です。パルボレックス1位だ。パルボレックス、フナティック、リドルで、ここに頑張るお父さん LG、TSM、モイスト。日韓強くね？え、日韓強くね？いまいち盛り上がりが、いや、本当にね、なんか勝ちが分かっちゃうんだよな。チャンピオンチームが分かっちゃうんだよ、今回。本当にそれこそエッジの最初の試合以外ね、ああ、ここ勝つなっていうの分かっちゃうんだよね。
So much good Apex out here, and that's why I love being able to see these players in person, feel that energy, see how they are affected by the crowd hype too, because you're under some of these heavy lights, but you know what? You got some more action. I'm gonna throw it over to the desk. That's gonna be
マジか、パルボレックス1位か。
Apex action for you guys.
All right, great job, Vicky and Genome. Thank you so much for closing out this first group.
うわ、マジか、日韓強えぞ、今回。日韓っていうか日本が強え。
We talked about it when we were off to the side there. Pulverex really passive at the beginning half of the day, only going for those placement points. Now coming up huge.
もしかしたらがあるぞこれ。あ、RKN だ。この人もプロだよ。センシティブっていうところの。ちょっと強いわ。
Now, you know, who only knows what they finished after that because they needed that win.
Yeah, I think that I think you can probably speak to this, RKN, the ability to reassess your game plan as the day goes on, especially swapping between them and stay focused on, especially like the game plan that you developed before the series really helped them there because the end zone wasn't anything crazy. It's nothing that we haven't seen before. It's nothing they haven't seen before.
それこそあれ見る。
Like I think one of the biggest things about Battle Royale in general is that every game is a new game. It doesn't matter where you're at on the leaderboard. It doesn't matter how the last game went, the game before that, the game before that. Every game is a fresh start, and they really took to that and proved that they could come out on top, Game 6, and recover their ability on the scoreboard.
All right, well, you guys are talking about those final moments, a huge comeback for FaZe, even a comeback there for Pulverex when it comes to that aggression. Let's take a look back at the final circle, break it down a little bit for us here, RKM, because there's a lot for us to talk about.
Yeah, this is just a pretty classic kind of execution by FaZe. Pulverex is in a position to just clean up free kills. FaZe is on the other side, controlling the vast majority of the zone, not having to do too much. Really, they're just in the kind of position that they can just sit around, wait for other teams to fight, and then slowly clean it up. And sure enough, like, as they're controlling the fight, they're picking off free kills. Pulverex engages on a fight to try and, you know, gain themselves a primary position in the zone, and in doing so, they open up an opportunity for FaZe to move up and ultimately just third party and close this game out.
Well, what's really cool about Pulverex here in this moment, we were talking about it, their drop spot is tree. So they were able to quickly rotate, utilizing the legend comp, including Loba and Rampart Crypto, getting in
これもどうせハイライトしかないし、順位も見たからさ。あ、順位もうちょっとじっくり見る。パルボックス1位、LG 2位、フナティック3位、リトルオーダー4位、5位 TSM、6位頑張るお父さん、7位モイス e スポーツ、エントロピック8位、エレメント6、9位、10位ドリームファイア、11位ベックスゲーミング、12位 SF スポーツ、13位フュリア、14位フェイズ、15位パイオニア、16位コンプレクシティ、17位 MDY ホワイト、18位アセンド、19位オプティックゲーミング。ここどうした？マジで。なんでここはこんな不調なのかわかんないわ。
Back, but lots of teams had some pop-off moments. The 2 wins on Storm Point for LG. We want to see who came out on top in this first series, and it was consistency followed up by aggression, because the winner of this series is Pulverex, coming out on top after a phenomenal match 6 performance. we'll take a look at the full series results, but that has got to feel good, Dia.
It really does, especially considering how Pulverex entered the world stage, right? They, as a duo, played throughout champs. They looked really good, and to see the team here and able to roll up as a 3-person squad and actually take the first block of the day is really big.
Yeah, it was really big actually, because their storm point was anything but special in my opinion, right? And that's uncharacteristic for them, because if you think back to their APAC North and the Split 2 regular season, they averaged 9.7 points per game, and that was far above average compared.
Fun's trying to hold the line at the moment while Nocturnal
take his team to land, hoist the trophy in front of his dad. We'll see if he can make.
ちょうどさ、俺ケースウィニーの挨拶見てほしいからさ、やろうと思ったけど、ちょうどここだったわ。見てこれ。かわいい。もうかわいい。
They are ready to go, guys. What a first rate. Make that.
かわいすぎない？ケースウィニー。
Papa and Mama Kashira up there. Ascend! What a story. Kashira trying to take his team to land, hoist the trophy in front of his dad. We'll see if he can make that dream a reality. What about Element 6? I see this crowd right here.
かわいい。
They are ready to go,
かわいい。
guys. What a first half of it. I want to get your thoughts just a little bit.
そんで本当に盛り上がる試合。
Kashira, so post skill, Lufka are gonna have to go with
こういうのみたいんで俺は。TSM ひいきじゃない。決してひいきじゃない。まずこれ最終決戦が TSM vs アセンドなんだけど、見てアセンド。これこの何分か前も1人しか残ってないの。今も1人しか残ってないじゃん。この数分前もまた1人しか残ってないの。うわ、アセンド絶対死ぬやんと思っても生きてんのなんかしないけど。ちょっとここは TSM 主人公補正入っちゃうけど見て。これ奥 TSM ね。ちょっと補正入ってるけど。ちょっと俺の中の補正は入ってるけど。しっかり倒して。で、ほらここ。なんか気づいたら生き残復活してんの。意味わかんなくない？ここ。さっきリスポーン、さっき一人格殺されてんのに何か生き返ってんの。意味わかんなくない？
Ascend somehow get the claim the building as their own. Let's get position where they hold as much
でアンチが来るから詰めて。正直これは結構なかなかやばい詰め方だったけどね。本人も最終的にそうやって言ってるし。で頑張るトーソン倒して。TSM コールでここで。まあまだ決勝じゃないからさ、盛り上がりも欠けてるっていうのもあるけどさ、ここの盛り上がりよ決勝も。でここでこの打ってる部隊、こいつらやり合うじゃん。こいつら LG、ここアライアンスとどっかが戦ってんだけど、で LG がこいつらを倒しに行くの。で LG が倒しに行くのを見て TSM がこう飛ぶの。でこの飛ぶ瞬間にこれ春が We win this game って言って、この試合勝つぞって言って、エモくね。ワンちゃんようやくここ来たわ。そうなんだ。美味しそう。俺も食べたいな。これちょっと俺の補正やけどね。だいぶ補正かかってるけど。バンガウルトも来る。でバンガウルトホライゾンじゃあワットソンで跳ね返す。でしかも真下には EMP。エース神がかってます。でこの右下の人見て。俺ちなみにこの段階でこの試合 TSM 勝つと思った。あ、この試合 TSM 勝つわと思って。この人も同じこと考えてる。 俺もこの瞬間から湧き上がってたもん。これあるぞ TSM。
Perfect to see through those smokes, like you say. Reps picks up one, Verholz picks up another, and TSM are looking hungry for it right now.
あ、もう主人公するわ。
TSM want to finish this one as well. They can get all the shield swaps they want. They can get all of the ammo in the world. And our team in the zone fight. They're gonna have to the sky. They could, but only two of them.
で、アセンドっていうところもマッチポイントいってるのよ。でここで今なんやかんや戦ってるんだけど、 TSM もちろんここのフナティックかな、確かこれフナティック勝つ。でここもこうなってる。あれこれ TSM vs アセンドでこの試合終わるんじゃないのって言ってる解説も。で残りチーム数見てみたら、ここに連死んで TSM 対エースアセンド。これだよ。出来上がりすぎでしょ。これマジで怖いよ。でここでアセンドのカシエラってやつがのことが歩き出すよな。よく言われてるのがカシエラがパッとだったら TSM 負けちゃっていうキーマンエイミだよねこれ。
So important that you get the damage here, and it's done! TSM up in the skies! House goes down from the heavens! London belongs to TSM!
俺今うるっときたわ。マジで今うるっときたわ。何回見てもなる。俺これ当時の俺号泣してたから今。この人いいよね。当時の俺大号泣ここ。出来上がりすぎてる。この盛り上がり方だよ。やばいよね。もうどっから見たいか分かんないわ。あ、かわいい、かわいいね。やばいな。今どんな感じ？あ、これハイライト言ってんな。今のうちに風呂とか入ってこないとダメだな。あかんあかんあかんあかんあかんあかんあかんあかん。そう、さっきみたいにさ、さっきの試合みたいにあれは TSM 勝てるっていう作の方、いや TSM 勝てるっていうかさ、完全になんていうの、1対1、どっちもちゃんと回復してる。アンチの優劣は置いといてね。どうしてもアンチの優劣はあるけどさ、もう完全なる1対1のさ戦いないもんね今回。全部巨夫だもんチャンピオンが。そこなんだよ多分盛り上がりにかけてんのは。まあ慌てなさんな。大丈夫大丈夫。始まったばっかです。始まったばっかなんですこれ。そう、いまいちね盛り上がらない理由はそこです多分ね。いや面白かったな。いや差しはいいよ。差しほどいいものはないよ。しかも両方マッチポイントチーム。いやどうしよう。 A グループ対 B グループを見たいな。A 対 B も見たいけど寝ようかな、さすがに今日は。ちょっと課題のパワーポイントに追加したいものもあるから。いや、まだ見たい。いや、わかる。正直まだ見たいのはめっちゃわかる。めっちゃわかるよ。見ますか。見ますか。はい、見ますか。見ますか。わかりましたよ。ちゃんと作業するから。試合の合間で作業するわ。たださすがにあれは見ないよ。 TSM のもう一回やるグループの試合は見ないよ。さすがにそれは時間がやばいわ。
My name's Wig, also known as Loser, and if you ask people in high school, probably a lot of other really mean names. And this is Greek. If you want to ask me,
probably the most athletic.
結構あれだね、音遮断されてんだね、これ。会場の音入らないんだね。ナイスウィックのウォッチパーティー。いつも全く別の場所でウォッチパーティーしてるのに。この人たちのもいいよね。ちょもうちょっと見よう。もうちょっと見ようぜ。俺の好きなやつ見させて。
Nasky and them are free. Dreamfire going Jurassic.
Yep. I think they're all good. I don't think there's going to be a test here right now.
何これ。これ見たら、あ、最高の試合になるから1試合目見て。このごちゃごちゃ具合ね。
More shield swaps available for them as well, but still Optic Gaming and GMT in such a good spot. But TSM can hide behind, but they're going to be focused.
Well, the big thing here for TSM is if they can survive for just a second longer.
この最後の最後にどこが勝つか分からないぐらい。TSM めっちゃ有利だけど、ギリギリまで分かんない感じね。この。これ TSM じゃなくても盛り上がるやろ普通に。やっぱりこういうのを見たいんで俺は。これは俺のひいき。これは TSM 勝つってわかる普通に。これは俺のひいきみたいだけ。やっぱ盛り上がりがレベチだよな TSM は。これパイオニアっていう、もともとは GMT っていうチームだったんだけど、このサーデルとグナスキね、ここにランブーという人がいるんだけど、ランブーが抜けてそこに全員が入った。 J リングゲームズから J リーグ e スポーツから全員が入った。で今は KCP パイオニアっていうチームになってるでしょ。でこれが今グナスキーって人。
I'm popping an Optic Tower. Behind us! Come back! On the back, inside! Inside! Flash! Flash! Give me flash! Give me flash!
They suck! They suck! 言ってる。しかも地味倒したチームドリームファイヤーっていうね。マジバカだからこれ。言っちゃダメなのに。言っちゃダメなのに。上から撃たれるのに。いいよね、グナスキー。
One left here.
Gosh.
Can the Lions
do it? May not
even be able to. The box is actually blocking out the door a little bit here too.
Oh boy.
Oh, gotta do it to them. You gotta do it to them.
この状況を説明すると、
Do it. He may not even.
デスボでこいつ出れないの中でどっちもデスボ挟まってて出れないの。出るに時間かかるじゃん。
The box is actually blocking out the door a little bit here too.
Oh boy.
Oh, gotta do it to them. You gotta do it to them.
This man Watson, he's here to meme. Basically,
so in the area, so some of our down and that's it. We're an alliance around them. They can really start to put themselves in good position. Not like
これリジェクトってチーム、これよく見るんだけど、これドグマって書いてんだよね。ドグマ今頑張れお父さんの人。
Good though. This position as Hardeki gets the first knock in this team fight.
うまいって言ってる理由わかるよ、これで。
And says, I want to come in here, boys. I'm going to start singing. Oh! It's a 1v1. Good though. This position as Hardeki gets the first knock in this team fight. Dogma boots the ball down and says, I want to come in here, boys. I'm going to start singing. Oh!
バケモンだろマジドグマ。
Cleans up the damage and turns this fight on his head.
now he's got a thing on the way.
Out enough.
that they've defended against these bombardments. You see Sweet right now with the full
これは俺の好きなやつ。
but he's down to 1 HP. He gets knocked.
いろいろあって好感度下がっちゃったけど、俺の好きな選手ランブ。
Rambo's gonna queue his way up and find a way to survive.
だからこういうのだよ。自分環境っていうのはあるけどさ、こういうのだよ。俺の好きなのは。もうわけわかんないやつ。もうわけわかんない展開。何が起きてんのって感じの。
Rambo's gonna queue his way up and find a way to survive, and Rambo wins.
これランブ、これランブ。コーチの喜びもいいんだよね。これ、コーチこれ。いいよね。
Yeah, I'm going with you. It's rolling up to us, bro. It's right side, right this way, this way, right side, right side. Yeah, beat me. Ball blues, all blues, all blues. Oh my god, dude, nice.
今倒したのオプティックゲーミングって。
Oh my god, Optic Gaming. That was a noob move. I don't know if I'm gonna have bubble or not. I'll inside north though.
まだ NRG がギルドじゃなくてロッカーだった時だ。
No, I died. That sucks. I'm holding knock.
I'm sucks.
Hold it.
Holding it.
Behind, sweet.
Holding it.
Just hold your knock.
They're fighting. Holding it.
Oh, I got him killed.
Second.
I killed one. It's 2v1. Hey, sweet. I'm coming with the knock. Let's go.
いいね。
Good fucking shit. Good shit.
Sharky, Jet Burton,
こういうのこういうの。
Dark Zero's gonna do it. No, he goes down.
どれだっけな。俺の見たやつ。
I stunned one, bubble.
Play the backside.
Lady that side.
Back one, 150 on that.
Yeah, I'm going.
I'm healing. I'm popping a bat. Popping a bat.
You're good.
Slow play if you can.
Last guy one, help me.
これ悲鳴だよね。キャーって言ってる。これ。
72. We won that. Alright. I gotta reset. I need that armor.
これ大会だぜ。
I gotta reset. I need that armor.
これ大会だぜ。
I need a heal, bro. Like, please. I need a heal. I have no big meds. We need to kill this Gibby. I'm good on that, so I need a med kit though. Here. Above? Here. There you go. I need a med kit. That's all you right now. That's zero peak for you. I got it. Well, that's zero peak for you. You guys got it.
もう大会だぜこれ。
Good shit. We're gonna win this game. We have a gen. Don't fucking panic. We have a gen. I have one bat burn.
Asperger, they're still alive.
これ。
Taishin's in the feed as well.
ユカのエグいキャラコン。これ。
Onto Jaro. Fnatic, they're on match point. And they're getting a little... Onto Jaro. Fnatic, they're on match point.
この ALGS から日本注目されちゃう
Pressure
の。
coming. Onto Jaro. Fnatic, they're on match point.
まあてか当たり前か。コロナが制限されて日本も出れるようになったから。日本も出れるっていうか世界大会開かれるようになったから。こっからやばいのがどんどん生まれてったね。あ、日本って実はやべえんじゃねみたいな。
Taishin's in the feed as well. Pressure coming onto Jaro. Fnatic, they're on match point.
やってみてよ俺も。
Fancy with the footwork.
Trying to do what they go. There's not many options. Where's TSM going to go? They have no idea. They Valkyrie. They do it. That's what.
fire one. KP for team. Looks like AD have been eliminated. Ground and they're looking to get aggressive. You've got no better opportunity for them to do so now. 100 Thieves trying to capitalize on a little.
ワンハレとシーブスっていうところは北アメリカの3人キーマンのチームね。
High ground and they're looking to get aggressive. You've got to be careful though. It doesn't come down, and now you need to see teammates make damage.
Vaxelon trying to do what he can. He has to escape. Omnu has the shields. Maybe he can be the one to clean things up. Mozambique here. Mozambique might be able to pick up a few kills. He has to scarp around the corner, a spray and a pray, but no prayers answered. As Vaxelon has to be the same.
これパイロンのせいでさ、何回もあっての面白いよね。
But it might not be enough as the knockdown shield is a problem, but so is Vaxelon. Oh!
このさ、倒した後のさ、バクセロンのさ、大パンするのいいんだよね。いい大パンだよね、これ。
Fenced up inside of this building. That is a lifeline that we're seeing.
Says G, who protected. It's gonna heal one of our best teams.
People in front of him.
あ、タスクマスターじゃんこれ。
Taskmaster, this is what he loves. People in front of him.
ゼータディビジョン？
This is what he loves. People in front of him.
もともとゼータだったの？タスクマスターって。
Wait for the bub, wait for the bub.
これ。これもいいよ、フューリア。
Yeah, you're good, you're good. I'm almost up his bucket. Don't give a shit. Wait for the bub, wait for the bub. Yeah.
なんかテンションがさ、ラスト舞台とは思えないよね。もちろん興奮はしてるけどさ。
I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Give me your shield. Nice try. Give me his low, give me his low, give me his low, fucking give me low. On you. You got this! You got it, bro, you got this! It's straight. It's just you. You got it, you're full health. You win it.
いや、いいね。
And look at that! Mercy's actually getting some good shots going. Mercy goes down here, and oh my god, they're actually winning the fight. They're turning this around somehow. How are they doing it? It's gonna be one alive here. It's gonna be Golden in a 1v2. Can he survive this? Oh my god, the knock! Oh my god, another wingman shot! Can he do it?
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Golden!
With Rambo, with Natsuki, with the best comms in the game. Let's jump into a
これもいいよ。
GMT.
これグナスキいるところね。グナスキとサーベル。
Chill. We're gonna get their loot after. Yeah. Good shit, baby. Good shit. I don't think we can play that right now.
Nice. Good shit, man. Good shit, man. Yep. Fucking bots, dude.
Let's fucking go, baby!
Let's fucking go, baby!
Yeah!
Wait, the crowd is yelling. Is that because we yelled? Are you listening to us?
これいいよね。こういうのあってほしいわ。大好き。グナスキ。
See how a couple more.
Mandy difference here. 140 out of Mandy. Eliminated, but he gets 7th place for his team. A great job by Sweet to stay alive. 140 out of Mandy.
Get him, Mandy. Get him, Mandy.
And they get knocked. They don't.
おお。何回も見てるけど。
Scars. Mandy with some great.
おお。
The fucking ambulance, but not for.
でこれまたいいのさ。
140 out of Mandy.
Get him, Mandy.
この2人の判断はもちろんわかるじゃん。この奥の人ね。これ一般人だからこれ。
Mandy, get him, Mandy.
And they get knocked. They don't.
奥一般人だからねこれ。
Scars. Mandy with some great.
いいよねやっぱり。
Scars. Call the ambulance for singularity. Mandy with some. This bro. We have a car ride going on. It's so good. That some on a drink. Keys. The little Kraber nerf definitely hit. Another great shot from out there, bro. A 120. Trying to get some on a Dreamfire to stop the pressure from the left side. Another great shot. A 120. How you third skis. The little Kraber nerf definitely hit now. Another 140 from out. Here we go, baby. He's getting it rocking. He's getting it flowing. He's trying to get the shots down. AD is now rocking. Oh my god! What the fuck? Alberlelli, inhuman no scopes there. As Scars
and Naughty
is
gets
done.
the knock off of it.
Naughty gets the full kill. What am I fucking watching out too? Another shot going down. He misses it though. And that's the damage they needed. What am I?
なんかさ、腰打ちってさ、言ってしまえば運じゃん。 運ゲーじゃん腰打ちって。なんで今度は映えるんだろうね。
Oh my god! What the fuck? He needed to.
He is eliminated.
And another one! Another shot going down, he misses it though, and that's the damage they needed to open up that fight. Unbelievable job by Albrelli. What the hell is
IG is eliminated.
And another 140! Give me some more, baby. You got 2 more in there, dog. Let's see what you got. Come on.
There's no way they keep peeking it.
Another one on 119 from Al.
He is farming.
He is putting on a show. It's heat check.
やばい。
This is
まあこの後は死ね死んだけどね。
Oh my god, a 119 versus more with the. Oh, it's 72.
Look
Wait,
at
wait, wait.
Oh, 180 all the way in. You're time for Optic to push both.
Dogfight, Dreamfire. Project phase is going to be able to reach Dreamfire. Ross. Bubble and now Berletta hits a 99.
We're the squad that we're having to split some of that attention. You got to give some backup to.
They're gonna Valko.
これもいいよ。
I hit the Kill the Falcon, kill the Falcon in the air! Nice shot, nice shot!
やっぱ盛り上がり方違うよね。
Get it, one! Dead! Hi! Last kill, I'm reloading. I can't see either. Cracked him! One! Nice!
Hey, let's fucking go! でさ、ちょっと見てほしいんだけどさ、レップスキーワーじゃん。レップスって結構ロー選手なんだよね。感度が低いんよ。俺らで言う。だから、めっちゃマウス動かしてるの見て、可愛いから。おい見て、めっちゃ、めっちゃやってるの。また行く、ほら。可愛いよな。
I'm going back. That's good.
ああ、面白かった。ああ、最高。どこまでだもうどこまでなんかわかんねえ。もうどれがどれなのかわかんないわ。小宮山自己ステーキだよ。いやーマジでいいなー。今どんな感じちなみに。
Well, this is really rough, and they're
あ、まだ回想して、まだあれだね、ハイライトだってね。
Down on the tower, Optic eliminated as well. We're down to 10 squads alive here.
Optic dead, Riddle dead, and it's going to be the boys at KCP trying to get this reset on Adele as they're getting pushed from the right side by Entropic and shot from the left.
何言ってるか分かんないんだよな、これに関しては。雰囲気めちゃくちゃ好きなんだけど、何言ってるか分かんないからさ、楽しめないんだよね、翻訳してくんないと。5時間前、あ、別枠になったんだ。もう。あれか、レイドしたのか。ウォッチパーティーの方に。分かんねえな。
TSM arise from the.
この辺か。
Now he's going to get swung on, but this is the Revenant push. A player back into the game.
TSM were going to have to drop.
Really cause some
down low, but TSM doing a lot of damage, but they've lost reps.
House still alive. Verholz takes to the skies as well to try and survive. All the carnage breaking out below him. It's all on Big E here for TSM fans to try and survive, but it's Gambare Otto-san!
今頑張るオットさん。あれかな？最初の選手紹介の時か。頑張れお父さんは。
Next to them is Space Station Gaming.
どこだろう？頑張れお父さん。さすがに場所まで覚えてないけど。
Keeping it big for us. Inner Force 36 makes some noise.
こっち側じゃないな。
I want in. We got some TSM fans in here. Ooh,
これさ、やめてほしくない？カメラ。次 TSM もさ、全員勝負見てるよね。
Reps. Big E.
Big E.
Trying to get back on that stage. Next to them is Space Station Gaming.
ビッグ E っていうのは本名エヴァンだけど身長高すぎるからビッグって言われる。あ、次は頑張れお父さん。かわいい。あ、かわいい。
What about some love for APAC North? 頑張れお父さん。
頑張れお父さん。これなんよ。ちゃんと言ってるでしょ。ガチ風呂入りに行かないと。もう本人のチャンネル出てんじゃん。世界大会 AN 勢初チャンピオンの瞬間。早速もう出してんじゃん。多分あれだろうね。リーダルの専属の編集者の人だろうね。
お客様、ご新規様で。
ああ、このホットペッパービューティーってやつ、男も使えるって聞いて予約したんだけど。
はい、今日はどんなスタイルに？
これぞ窪塚って感じで。
はい、お疲れ様でした。いかがでしょう？
何これ
Moving back and forth here, swinging of the pendulum for both teams. Verholz with the head glitch again, not going to connect for any damage though.
Do you smell that, Fallout? Do you smell it? I smell a third party coming up right behind TSM. They got to start watching out, or else this fight is just taking way too long.
Worked so hard, and here's Alliance and Flora finally re-engaging. Then it looks like this fight is going to eventually happen here. Mike is going to go down here. A little bit of hit fight from the Hemlock's going to be good enough to do damage, but it looks like
Alliance Yuki,
have the advantage here. But now Hackers goes down. Mandy goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch for Alliance in so many moments. He's clutch again. Yuki.
こういうのよ。こういうのみたいなのなんかさ、やっぱそうやって言われたらさ、あれだよね。パッとしない感じだったね。今回のあれ。いまいちやっぱり盛り上がりに欠ける試合だったかも。確かにそう言われたら。これまだあれやで。これ見て。グループステージ BVSD。これ何が言いたいかっていうと、今の全く同じ状況ね。ついさっきまで言ってたやつと同じ、これ。これがたまたま B グループと D グループなだけ。さっきの試合でこういうのがあってもおかしくないんだよ。
You have the advantage here, but now Hackers goes down. Mandy goes down as well. It's all up to you, Yuki. He has been so clutch for Alliance in so many moments. He's clutch again.
だってこんな盛り上がらなかったよね。観客も。現地のチームってのあるけどね。全員は？あ、見て。同じや。全員も同じや。グループステージはただのグループステージだ。さっきですね、これ。よく見て。AB マッチ4。はい、次のクリップ。AB マッチ4。同じなんです。バケモンだろマジで。ネイフン？ここもネイフンでしょ？これもネイフン？ああ、あれか。あのクリフか。これも今回やるよ。ファン123と一緒に。A グループかな、確か。
You can vernacular in there. Vicky and I have been calling the Yeet can. We're trying to make it a thing, so Apex Speed, if you want to join, let us know. Nice damage going to come through. Fun is going to absolutely rat.
E6 ね、これ。ケースユニがいるところ。
Oh my goodness! Fun 1-2-3, a quick 5 KP.
All right, and first pick I saw right away was Slayers on Octane.
So we see the
Octane Rev.
This is the first time in ALGS history we are ever seeing a Lifeline! Octane Revenant Lifeline Greek!
Nizul looking to take the height here.
Two of the controller IGLs right now, man. Facing each other. DZ0 getting knocked.
Cody just gets
これもやばいよな。
right off the
い
cue.
いずる。
with some great
これも、あれだよ、LG だからさっきまでいたよ。
He's gonna get some shots onto them.
1試合目と3試合目のチャンピオンのところ。
Goodness, can he get the last one?
Oh my god, Nizul just goes nuclear.
完全な3立てだよね、これってもう。
TSM went out as well. E6 looking to make their move, but no! It's Rocket.
微妙な3立てとかじゃなくて完全な3立てだよな。どうしよう。見たい、すごく見たい。すごく見たい。いや、もうあと3分で始まっちゃう。風呂入ってないって、俺。風呂入ってないって。でも多分1試合目始まるのそんな時間すぐじゃないと思うから、多分2試合目くらいかな、見れるの。いや、もう余韻が。いや残念。俺のリアルタイム解説続きは2試合目ぐらいからかな。ちなみにグループ A はアライアンス、オーロラ、ダークゾロ、グリッチ、ゴーデックス、リーブノーウィットネス、ネイキッド、NRG、オニック e スポーツ、リアライズかな。マンハット、シーブス、これ読み方わかんないけど、これも読み方わかんない。クレイジーラクーン、FC デストロイ、ファイアビーバーズ、ジェイリング e スポーツ、ノーセプション、オキシゲン e スポーツ、エクセット。アライアンス強いです。弱くはない。と思ってる俺は。強いです。本当に強い。本当に強い。ここ言ってる、ここも本当に強い。ここも本当に強い。中間って感じ。知らない。これ確か日本のチームかな、ネイキッドだから。日本、アジアの方。多分日本だった気がする。全く知らない。はい、強いです。言わずもかな。ここもね、いや、お肉か。中ぐらいだったな。ここは、あ、待って、オブリーカロンペだから、これ韓国のチームだ。ここじゃね？ファン123って。これじゃん。リアライズだ、ファン123は。普通じゃない？普通よりちょいぐらいだと。はい、強いです。知りません。いやー、俺、あんま強いと思わないんだな、CR。俺あんま本当に強いと思わないんだよ、CR は。でも期待はしてる。頑張ってほしいね。FC ですらもね、結構いい線いくと思う、俺は。ここもね、強いんだよ、なんだかんだ。最終決戦までいけてないけど、全然前回も強かったから、今回も暴れると思う。ワイヤービーバーは、タスクマスター9プラスが強いです。J リングはメンバーがガラッと変わったんで分かりません。ノイズイーズがちょっとだけ分かるかな。ノーステーション。はい、強い。オキシゲンがね、どうやら今めっちゃ強いらしい。あ、リーズとベインがいいのか。強いわ。ここも強いわ、十分。エクセット。はい、強いです。マジで。いや、もう早く振られてもよかった。A と B の方が見応えるよ、正直。と思ってるよ、俺は。昨日から言ってるけど、A、B 強いの固まりすぎてると思う。マジで。A、B の強さが半端ない。そこでしょ？いいよ、そこならいいよ。2試合目には間に合うかな？わかんないな、微妙だな。まあ。待っててくれ。すぐ戻ってくる。できる限りすぐ戻ってくるから。 風呂はもう体洗って髪洗ったらもうそこ上がってくるわ。OK。リアルタイム解説機またやるわ。じゃあ、おつ。